Yeah, it's just river. I mean, that's, and just for context, that's like Annapolis, part of Annapolis. A little bit of Annapolis.
Just wanted to let everyone know
And
we'll be
then
joining,
part of
starting here in a few minutes.
Southern Maryland, Central Maryland, North
Waiting on
Maryland.
our speakers and we'll be getting started.
And it was, the third district was what was left over so that they could draw all the other districts to pull from Montgomery County.
Right.
Because Montgomery County is kind of where the Democrats can draw.
Okay. I would like to officially gavel in the 2021 annual meeting for the Libertarian Party of West Virginia. We've done a round of introductions, so I think we're all good here. Carl, everyone's a good voting member? Mm-hmm. All right. So purpose of today's annual meeting, one, we're going to have some great speeches from some great libertarians throughout the country. And we are going to elect a new board of officers. We're going to consider a bylaw change and just have fun hanging out with each other because it's been way too damn long. You know, when I ran for chair in 2019, I had this ambitious program to go out and start affiliates throughout the state, getting you know the groundwork laid to have that grassroots effort, so that when people like Erika runs for office or David runs for office, that they have someone to go to in those local communities to to plug into those local communities that have the local knowledge. And unfortunately, COVID hit and it squashed a lot of our plans. And right now we're starting to come back out of it. It's so good to see so many faces here today. And I know that some people are still a little leery about getting together in groups. So we wanted to have a live stream so that people could see what's going on here, have an idea of what's going on, and can participate as best as they can. So I welcome the people that are watching us on the live stream as well. With that, I will entertain a motion. I know we don't have agendas printed up, but we have an agenda. I will go over it in my head as best as I can remember it. So it's going to be me doing the state of the state, or state of the LPWV address. I'm going to turn it over to Joel, who's going to introduce our keynote speakers, Terry and Matt Kibbe. Then we'll introduce David Moran, and David Moran will do a speech about solutions, libertarian solutions. How do we, it's kind of more of a solutioning session where we talk about how to come up with, libertarian solutions to the things that are going on in our country and our state. And then he will introduce the Koleniches for candidate training. I know a lot of you mentioned that you wanted to run for office. This is a great opportunity to get training from people who have run 2 statewide elections. So I'm really looking forward to that. Once we get done with that, we'll see what we're at in time. We might do lunch. If not, then we'll do nominations to the board and elections, and then bylaws, and we'll wrap up. Anybody have any amendments to the agenda?
Got a resolution here. I'd like to maybe introduce, put that on new business maybe when we get to it. Sure, it doesn't have to be right now. It could be.
Sure, yeah, we have new business as well.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
So moved.
Second. It's been seconded. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? Thank you. All right, agenda is adopted. Before I get to the state of the state address, I know we did have an introduction, but just a brief talk from Eric Rodsep about national.
So I'm assuming you're going to do the Region 5 national update?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So again, my name is Eric Rodsep. Again, thank you so much for having me here. And the welcoming that I received last night at axe throwing was really awesome. So everyone who attended that event, thank you so much. What I want to talk to you about today is membership. Can I see by a show of hands who here is a member of your state party? Awesome. Who here is a member of national? Wow. Okay. Out of all the people who just raised their hands, how many of you are just basic members? Okay. Bronze? Gold? Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much for being part of national. I mean, that was like 90% of this room. So that is really amazing because that gives us the ability to really do a lot of great things. Things that are going to be rolling out here in the next year. We're doing a lot of nationally sponsored campaign, candidate trainings. So if you are running for office, I mean, obviously there's a great opportunity for to do candidate training today, but there's also additional online candidate training that is rolling out and is going around the country as well. On top of that, there is a brand new LP store with a lot of new literature, a lot of new material and fun stuff as well. So be on the lookout for that. There are a lot of new programs coming out, like Candidate in a Box, Affiliate in the Box. There are amazing teams working on a lot of different pincer movements to make your state stronger, your state better, and make West Virginia the bastion of liberty that you guys want to see it become. And we want to provide the tools, and by you becoming members, that's really awesome because that allows us to provide the tools for you and for states around the entire country. So a lot of you are basic members, and I'm not going to ask you to bump up to bronze or silver. But what I will ask you to do is, instead of paying $25 once, I'm going to ask you to go and change your donation to $5 a month. Become a monthly pledger. That alone, it's a lot easier in my mind to pay $5 every single month. But now you're going to be making an even larger impact so we can achieve even more, not just for West Virginia, but for states around the country, especially for ballot access and for a lot of other hurdles that states have that you in West Virginia here are lucky enough not to have to overcome constantly. So I'm going to ask that if you are a basic member, to go and become a monthly pledger of $5 a month instead. And thank you so much. And again, thank you for having me here. I'm so honored to be here in West Virginia, and I will be wearing this in pride on my way back to North Carolina tomorrow. So thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you for coming out to us from Durham and spending the weekend with us. We really appreciate it. So, all right. So, what is the state of the Libertarian Party of West Virginia? I'll give it to you in a couple of numbers. In 2016, we had, in December of 2016, we had 4,800 registered voters in the state of West Virginia. Today, even after a couple months of purges by the Secretary of State's office, we're at 8,700 registered voters in the state of West Virginia. We've grown almost doubled in 4 years. Is that good enough? No. Still under 1% of the voting population in the state. So the goal I've charged the next administration is to get us above 1%. 1% is what we need to get in our gubernatorial race. We got that with plenty of room to spare this time. Erika was a fantastic candidate in awful circumstances. Going out and getting in the public when people didn't want to get into the public. She did it, and she rocked it. And, you know, had we been able to have a more traditional campaign, I'm sure she would have gotten far more than what we ended up with. But still, well over 20,000, well over the biggest number of votes for governor that we've ever received. And that's a credit to Erika and her campaign. I see a lot of the volunteers and people that helped work on that campaign here today. And thank you all for chipping in your time and doing what you can to help Erika. The down ballot candidates that we had running in this last race, Brett and Mike and Will, and you know, we had so many great down ballot candidates that it's making it easier for people to push that lever for libertarian. Every time somebody votes libertarian, it becomes easier for them to do it the next time. And the quality of candidates that we put out that libertarian message. Quick story is Erika went on WRNR, which is the local radio station in the Eastern Panhandle that does politics. And the comments that were made during her appearance were, "This is so refreshing. She speaks with candor. She speaks with honesty. It may not be the thing that I want to hear, but this is what we need to hear from our politicians." That's what we offer. That is what we offer as libertarians. And we continue to do that. Every time we run a race, we get more and more people to come over to our side, just by being authentic, by offering candor, offering good, common sense libertarian solutions to everyday problems. In this state, if there's one thing I would like to see in this state, and it was the thing that I ran on, is the formation of local affiliates. And that, that's one of the things we're going to be talking about when we do bylaws today. We need a formal process of how do we charter an affiliate in the state so that we have the state party can have some control over, who uses our name, because our neighbors to the east of us have had an issue out in the Hampton Roads area with a group that's trying to usurp our brand. So it provides us a little bit of protection, but it also provides our communities with the ability to become an official branded affiliate of the Libertarian Party. And I think that synergy that we can create with the local affiliate to the state party, with our candidates feeding into those local affiliates, will help grow, give people a place to go and hang out and be libertarians with each other, and have a presence in that community so that people say, "Oh yeah, the Libertarian Party, they're active in my community. They do things. They go door to door. They'll pick up trash on the side of the road. They'll do the things that we need to do to show that we are a serious political party that is ready to make libertarian solutions for the people." So, I'll give you a brief update on my work at the Libertarian Party, Region 5 alternate. This next meeting, which is going to be in Chicago, I'll be the actual delegate for it because Sue Hogarth, who is our Region 5 rep, will be in Delaware for their state convention. So if you guys have anything or want to watch the Libertarian National Committee proceedings and need anything, feel free to reach out to me. I'll be happy to help you. I'm now on the bylaws committee. So if you have any ideas about bylaws, how to streamline the Libertarian Party, the conventions, how we do things. One of the things I'm going to be promoting with the National Party is ranked choice voting. All of our offices should be done through ranked choice voting, at least where you have more than two candidates, rather than having multiple, 300 ballot races that takes hours to count. So just to streamline how we do things. I'm also plus, ranked choice voting is something that we should be pushing throughout the country as a rational choice for people to be able to express their preference for not only the Libertarian Party, but making sure that we're removing that idea that the Libertarian Party is a wasted vote, or that you are not able to express your preference beyond your primary vote. So ranked choice voting is something that the Libertarian Party has taken a stand is starting. We actually formed a committee to push that idea. And I'm also, affiliate support committee. Eric briefly mentioned the affiliate in a box contest. That just ended. We're going to be grading those. Basically, the thing with the affiliate in a box contest is that, I know Brett made a submission to it. Thank you, Brett. The thing with the affiliate box is that a lot of affiliates don't know what they need when they start to be able to table an event, like go to a spring fair or fall fair or fall festival or whatever. So they don't know what they need coming out as a new affiliate. So this is a $250 box that we are putting together so that when they get started, it's going to have all the lit. They're going to have bumper stickers and things like that. Even depending on what is in what we judged to be the best box. It could have things like, you know, a banner with their county affiliate or their regional affiliate name on it. So it's a really nice thing. We've also been raising money to do scholarships, which means we would pay for an affiliate in a box for each state. So we're almost the annual funding. We're about 3/4 of the way there, and we're only in the second quarter. So we're making great progress on that. So getting the affiliates going, giving them the hand up to get started and be efficient as quickly as they can is our goal. Other than that, does anybody have any questions about what's going on with the state of West Virginia and the Libertarian Party? All right. Well, thank you all so much. It's been my pleasure serving as your chair the last 2 years. I'm taking a step back to help. I didn't want to be divided in my focus between state and national. I'm still national rep until 2022. So I want somebody that is able to focus full time on being the state chair of this party. But they will have all of my support, all of my work, and I will be working with them to create, how can national serve the state better. And so that's my thing. Beyond that, as far as helping out the LPWV, my focus is going to be on legislation. I'm going to register as a lobbyist, and we're going to start talking about common sense libertarian solutions, getting that before the members of the state legislature, making sure that ballot access either stays the same or improves for us, rather than having to get a percent in the gubernatorial race, either extending it to all the statewide constitutional offices or basing it off of voter registration. So these are the things that I'll be working on going forward, and I appreciate your support if you see me out there doing stuff. And but again, it's been my absolute pleasure serving you as your state chair. We've got the best party, not only in the state of West Virginia, we've got the best party in the Libertarian Party. We are a very good bunch here. We don't have much stress as we've seen with other state parties, and we work together really well. So I really hope to keep that going. And with that, I'll conclude my state of the LPWV remarks. Our next speaker is, he introduced himself a little bit earlier. He was the mayor of Hayden City for a little while and elected libertarian, our last elected libertarian in the state. So I'd like to get some more in the next few years, but Joel Davis is a great friend and lifetime libertarian. Became lifetime libertarian with me at the 2020 National Convention. So thank you, Joel, for coming in here, and have you introduce our keynote speaker.
David. First off, I do need to apologize for being late. Throwing access a little slow this morning. It's my honor to introduce Matt and Terry Kibbe. I've known them for over 10 years, good friends, and I'm now actually an employee for Free the People. I help run their social media. Who here has seen Free the People video that we've done? Okay, awesome. And also Kibbe on Liberty. So that's cool. Basically, we try to, when I tell stories, try to reach young people about the ideals of liberty and freedom. And if you do it by telling stories, it catches their eye in their interests. They, Free the People, before I started working for them, actually did a video on me when I became mayor, and then one when I went off of opiates and started using cannabis. And that one was called Not a Criminal, and just recently, last week won an award for best documentary at the Ohio River Valley Film Festival. You guys didn't come here to hear me talk, so I'm going to introduce Matt and Terry Kibbe.
So, thank you all for having us. Joel, thank you for inviting us here. Joel understated his role at Free the People. He is truly one of our rock stars. If you haven't seen the documentary about Joel called I'm Not a Criminal, I highly recommend that you do it. It's inspiring, makes me cry even now talking about it. So I gotta say, I don't know how this morning's gonna work out. We are so out of practice for giving talks, and we are not morning people. So I warn you in advance.
Just drink it.
It's not enough. So, as I said, we haven't done this for a long time. We were actually giving a series of talks in Batumi, Georgia last March, right when all of the craziness was happening. Now, you guys are probably saying, why Batumi, Georgia? You're also probably asking, where the hell is Batumi, Georgia? And if you are asking that question, you're not alone. We've gone through TSA. You know, those crack people, they're supposed to be keeping our borders safe, and they look at our passports and they're like, Georgia? Is that Germany? No, it's Georgia. Is it near Germany? No, it's near Russia. Oh, and they stamp our passports and let us go. They still don't know where Batumi, Georgia is. So we were invited there to speak at an organization, at a conference sponsored by the Prometheus Center there. And it was a series of lectures on Ayn Rand. And Georgia's an amazing country. Huge freedom fighting, loving group of people. We've spoken there a number of times. We've spoken to over 1,000 students. It turns out that when you've lived under communism, that freedom and liberty are really, really important to you. And we have two very good friends there, Gia and Pata, and they have been fighting the good fight for freedom and liberty probably before Georgia declared its independence from Russia in 91. But they are so hardcore. You ask them about the Russians, they don't usually have very nice things to say. But they're truly, truly amazing. So they invited us there to speak at this conference on Ayn Rand and objectivism. Now, Rand holds a special part in our relationship. So we've been married forever. And by forever, I mean since 1986, so almost 35 years.
Okay, show of hands. Who wasn't born yet in 1986? I hate you guys.
So we joke, or maybe it's not a joke actually, that the secret of our marriage is that we used to travel, well, we travel a lot, but we used to travel a lot apart. I was an engineer when we first got married. I had my own career, then we started working together recently. But, you know, I like to say that we've been married for 35 years, but we've probably been together for 20 because we're always apart. So if you guys think the last 13 months of being locked down were bad, think about us. We're used to not being apart. And we've been together 24/7.
So today is like therapy for us. We're working through some
Right.
things.
Well, there was the one time, though. There was actually a week that we weren't together because he had enough of the lockdown. We live in DC. He's like, I'm done. I gotta get out of here. I need a beer. So we drove to Iowa.
It's only 1,000 miles.
And
it makes sense to me.
and he made a video about it, so I'm not making this up. So anyway, we're invited to Georgia to talk about Ayn Rand, morality of romance, all sorts of things. And we did this because of Guy and Pata, right? They're good friends of ours. We debated when the lockdowns were starting and the world was starting to go crazy, should we go to Georgia? But we'd like to, hold our commitments. It's really important to us. So we said, we're going to go. We'll see how this works out. We went there, so it was two reasons. One, because of our commitments, and two, because of Rand. As I mentioned, she's played an important role in our life. The first Christmas that we had together when we were dating in college in 1983, he gave me a really special Christmas present. Yep, he gave me a copy of Atlas Shrugged.
What every girl wants, right?
I think it was a test. And clearly I passed. Maybe it was a good thing. I don't know. But he's gotten a little bit smarter. Occasionally he gets me jewelry. He still buys me books. But that's okay. I agree most of them. So anyway, we traveled to Georgia. It was a crazy way to get there. It takes 2 days to get there, 2 days to get back. But while we were there, we gave these pretty cool talks. Well, we thought they were cool. Hopefully the students did too. About Rand and objectivism and all sorts of things.
So you guys were talking earlier about when you became a libertarian, and Terry's probably heard this story 1,000 times if you get tired of it, but I became a libertarian when I was 13 years old, and I was reading the liner notes on an album I just bought by a band called Rush. You Rush fans? It's a libertarian thing we do. Dedicated to the genius of Ayn Rand. I thought Ayn Rand was a dude because I'm 13 and I couldn't have Googled it because I'm old. But a couple weeks later, I stumbled across a book by hers, Anthem. Anyone here read Anthem? And I devoured it, and I followed the breadcrumbs all the way to her nonfiction, and I read Mises and all that stuff when I was a teenager, which, by the way, is a horrible way to meet girls.
I still don't know what it says about me that we are here together.
There may have been women that failed the test before you.
Clearly.
But Ayn Rand is a really important figure in the libertarian movement, and I think she's sometimes misunderstood because she talks about individualism, and she's got that sort of rage against the machine thing that she has, but understand the historical and personal story behind that. She was a young Jewish girl who had to leave her family and fled the Soviet Union during the first days of the Bolshevik Revolution as she watched her family and her father's business destroyed by this wicked ideology. So when you think about Rand, you need to understand that the reason she's talking about individualism is because she grew up in a world where the individual didn't matter. And that was really important to her. But if you read her books, and we talked about this in these lectures, if you read her books, there's a lot more to it than just being yourself, owning yourself, controlling your own body, controlling your own mind. There's also the beautiful things that happen when free people come together. Think about the characters, Prometheus in Anthem. He abandoned collectivism so that he could start a community. That's not selfish in the way that we would use the term today in America. It's the self collaborating with other people to do something together. So that's what I get about Rand. And the other thing I get, and she would use this word, she was a romantic, right? She actually wrote a book on romanticism. And romanticism for her wasn't just puppy love between Matt and Terry. It was something far more profound. It was about the process of struggling and living and trying to accomplish something and probably failing and then succeeding and getting to that point where you find meaning in your life. That's what romantic is to her. And I feel like in the United States and in the world today, maybe we don't appreciate that romantic struggle is what makes life worth living. You hear AOC talk about dignity, and she's hoping that there's legislation. She's hoping that a politician can bestow dignity onto your life. And I think that's a trap. It's a black hole. It's the opposite of a romantic view of the world where people, no matter who they are, no matter what their abilities, no matter what they want to accomplish in their life, we are all defending this process by which you get to be yourself. As long as you don't hurt people or take their stuff.
Great shirt, by the
Great
way.
shirt. So like we're having this debate today, and I think it's important to be that Ayn Rand individualist. Don't let anyone ever tell you that you don't own your life, but also appreciate that what we're doing here today is bigger than that, right? We're not just here to defend our own lives. We're here to build something together that none of us could do by ourselves. And we don't have to accept either that rugged individualism of the caricature of Rand or that sort of Hayekian idea of spontaneous evolution. And I had a professor in graduate school who called it a greater social intelligence. It sounds kind of commie, but it's not at all. It's the genius of all of us working together. So that was one of our talks that mattered, and it seemed to work okay. No?
Yeah, it did. No, I mean, it truly was, it was an amazing week. The students that were there were phenomenal. Matt glossed over a lot of the talks that we gave. But it was interesting the way that we talk, and you may kind of figure this out, is that we definitely, well, I tell stories, he gets more down into the philosophy, but it was a great give and take between all the lecturers there. And the great wine that they make in Georgia had nothing to do with our decision. I will truly swear to that one. So we were there for a week. While we were there, things really started to go crazy. Donald Trump was starting to say lockdowns and this and that, and he implementing a travel ban for anyone coming back from Europe. Here we are in Georgia, which isn't Europe, but we had to get through Europe to get home. And we weren't sure if we were actually going to be able to make it home. It was so unclear. He had banned travel from all of Europe, well, except for UK. And that had nothing to do with UK having better COVID data or rates or anything like that. UK was actually far worse, and still is, than the rest of Europe, but it was just an arbitrary decision by the President of the United States. So maybe, just maybe, that one guy shouldn't have so much power, right? I mean, we thought we might get stuff over there. The wine's not so bad, so it might not have been horrible. But we came home, luckily, and then we did what we always do. We got home on Friday, we unpacked our suitcases. Saturday morning, we repacked them and went on another trip. We live in Washington, D.C. I mean, do you blame us for traveling so much, right? Well, this time we're going on vacation. We were traveling with friends down to the British Virgin Islands. And it was the first time we had planned a real vacation in a long time. Actually, in 4 years. And 4 years prior to this was 2016. It was August. We had planned a trip to Hawaii for his birthday. One of the benefits of traveling so much for business is that you accrue a lot of airline miles and hotel points. So we get to do some cool things when and if we get some time off. So it was August 2016. We were working on a super PAC called Alternative PAC for Gary Johnson. And we had made a video starring dead Abe Lincoln. Has anyone here seen that video 4 years ago? Yes. All right, a few of you have. It's actually pretty funny. It's an 8-minute long video starring dead Abe Lincoln talking about why you should vote third party rather than for Hillary or for Trump. Thank you.
We're trying to forget.
We're trying to forget. So anyway, so we had just released this video and it blew up. It had like 70 or 80 million views. It was actually the most viral video of the 2016 election series. It was crazy. And blew up like 3 days before we were supposed to go on vacation. So he was getting tons of media calls on dealing with all of this, but he has to be available for press because that's really important. So me being the pragmatist that I am, came up with the perfect solution. I'd still go to Hawaii. He would stay back and deal with media. So we're going to lose our hotel. We're going to lose a lot of things. So
You're seeing how this marriage works now, right?
Actually, last night, Matt reminded me of another trip that got blown up by media opportunity. We were going on a trip with some friends, and Matt was invited to speak on Glenn Beck. It was the first time he had been asked to appear on Beck's show, and it was a really big deal. So I went down to vacation, and he followed up a few days later. The reason that Matt reminded me of this is because he saw this Matt. It's kind of complicated. And it might have even been that show where Matt was talking about Hayek and the Road to Serfdom. Because of that, he read The Road to Serfdom And it's because of reading that book that he's here today. We saved him from being a conservative and a neocon
Nice.
for the rest of his life. So we made it down to the British Virgin Islands. And it was not the ideal vacation that we hoped that it would be, right? The world was going crazy. Everything was locking down. Again, we weren't sure if we were going to be able to make it back home. We thought we'd be just enjoying our lives, drinking a few rum drinks, and all we were doing was really looking at our phones and watching social media and watching the world basically end. So while it seemed like a good idea to get locked down on a great, island in the middle of the Caribbean if we couldn't get home, a really awful thought came into my head, which was, oh dear God, we're at the end of the supply chain. He doesn't fish that very well, so we might very well starve. So while we're sitting there on the beach trying to figure out what to do, Matt, of course, is starting to think about the economics of what these lockdowns really will mean to the world.
Yeah, think about the fact that we all know about the supply chain now. We've been arguing about this for over a year. And because I am who I am, and I love dead philosophers, I'm sitting on the beach. They're drinking rum drinks. I might have been drinking as well. But I'm thinking about Frederick Bastiat. He wrote a book called Economic Sophisms. And he has this great metaphor when he asked the question, how is Paris fed? Has anyone, if you've never read this, please read How is Paris Fed by Frederick Bastiat, because he's basically talking about the miracle of free people without any central direction, doing all of the things they do so that when you wake up in the morning, there is a loaf of bread. You don't know where it came from. You don't know who made it. You don't know anything about the potentially millions of people that went into producing that loaf of bread. And I was thinking about that in the context of lockdowns. And this is March, right? So we don't know how bad this virus is. We don't know what the government's going to do. But we do know, if we think about basic economics, that there are unseen, unintended consequences to government bureaucrats or presidents making arbitrary decisions from the top down. As Bastiat would say, there's the seen, which is the lockdown. And then there's the unseen, which are the unintended, perhaps, consequences of lockdown. So I'm sitting on the beach and I'm writing this out. And I'm still proud of this essay because I feel like not knowing anything about what was going to happen in the future, because we understood a little bit about how free markets actually work, you can predict that certain bad things are going to happen. So we locked down, but we didn't for a minute consider the potential that we might disrupt supply chain. We didn't consider for a minute that if we locked down hospitals so that we would have excess capacity to treat COVID patients, that we might end up unintentionally killing cancer patients or heart patients. The number one killer in the world is not COVID. It's not the number two killer. I think it might be number 3 right now. But heart disease and cancer, these are the killers that people really need to fight against. And only because of modern technology and free markets, a lot of us, including myself, have survived these deadly diseases. So I'm trying to explain this, and I'm struggling with myself because whether we like it or not, most people don't think about supply chains. They don't think about opportunity costs. They don't think about trade-offs. Thomas Sowell has this great quote where he says, "There's no solutions, there's only trade-offs." And that is not, unfortunately, how most people think. They react with their emotions. They react with fear. They have this passionate belief that nobody should ever be exposed to this virus, and we have to do whatever it is possible. And our political leaders were scaring us to death, suggesting, you remember the original models, millions and millions and millions of people are just going to die. Well, I don't think those models were true, but it doesn't matter because people had that emotional reaction. So I was struggling with, and I still am to this day, I think we all are, trying to explain to people that there are unintended, unseen consequences when the government makes a decision. Now, there's some glaring examples today. Mario Cuomo thought that it made perfect sense to rehouse infected senior citizens back in nursing homes. And you can go back to the day he made the decision. What an arrogant son of a bitch he is, right? It's like, they don't have a choice. This is my decision. Well, he killed a lot of people. And that's an easy example. Unfortunately, most of the examples are not that easy. But all of our jobs, when we think about these things and we think about lockdowns, is to not just explain economics to people, but to figure out emotionally compelling stories that would explain to people who are afraid the humanitarian consequences of that, the global poverty, the people that will die unintentionally because they didn't have access to care, the people that will lose their jobs and their family businesses, and all of these consequences. Let's put a face on those things, because it's not really about economics at that point. It's about people. And that's how I spent my family vacation.
Why are we still married? So as you can tell, Matt and I are two very different people. We have two very, very different brains, right? I'm very left-brained. He's very right-brained. I'm an engineer by training. I worked as an engineer for the first 12 or so years of my life. He hates math. I'm still convinced that one of the main reasons he married me was because I could do calculus and I could help him through his microeconomics classes in grad school. Now, if that isn't true love, I don't know what is. See, he's running away from me. So, I mean, I tell stories, and he does too, but you can tell the very different ways that we present here, right? I tell stories, I leave little bits of libertarian nuggets in there. He quotes dead people all the time. He actually didn't quote as many this time, probably because he's out of practice, right?
I still got more to come, baby.
Oh, that's true. We still have 15 minutes to talk. But we work together, right? I mean, we work together as a couple. We work together with our organization. I'm the pragmatist. I get things done. He's the ideologue. He's the idealist. He looks at the big picture, and I have to figure out how to make that shit happen. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. But they always say that, 1 + 1 = 2. In marriage, 1 + 1 can equal 3. Sometimes he says 1 + 1 = 5 or 20. But again, like I said, he doesn't do math very well, so that all makes sense. But we work together. It works, right? I'm pragmatic. He's an ideologue, but we make beautiful things work. They say that opposites attract, right? And this is clearly the case here. I swear I would never give anybody a copy of Atlas Shrugged for their birthdays, although I do give it to my nieces and nephews when they graduated from high school. So
You're coming around.
he has rubbed off on me. But it works, right? We're a family. We come together. And there might be some parallels here between us, our left brain, our right brain, the pragmatist, the idealist, about what's going on today within the LP, right?
I think you might be right.
Maybe.
That was a hand up, wasn't it?
It was a hand up.
By the way, you were all part of a wicked social experiment, because we've been trying to write a book together, which is really hard to do in a pandemic when you're just angry about all of the stupid out there. And we're working on a book that's called Love, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness. And it turns out it's very difficult to write a book about love when you're raging against the machine, as I do every day. But this thing that the LP is going through, and I don't think it's just the LP, but you know what I'm talking about. We're arguing between the pragmatists and the hardcore ideologues. A different way to think about it is the people that want to tell beautiful stories about the great things that happen when people are free, versus the people that want to rage against the machine, the people that believe that endless war is a wicked thing, the people that want to fight the drug war, mass incarceration, or mass surveillance. You guys know the litany of things that libertarians are righteously angry about, right? I think the lockdowns are like the most horrific thing that will happen to humanity in my lifetime. And that's on top of the wars, and on top of the drug war, and on top of all the other things that we've been talking about. I think the unseen devastation is something that we should be screaming at the top of our lungs. But I don't do that. I try not to do that because I don't think it's persuasive. You could think about it in the sense of Ayn Rand when she was the angry individualist fighting back against a wicked ideology telling you that you didn't have a right to yourself. I get it. It's righteous. But she also wrote romantic novels, right? They're romance novels. They're ultimately stories about people overcoming those bad guys and doing something with not just themselves, but other people, that beautiful thing that we do together, that Hayekian vision of spontaneous order where things that you can't imagine suddenly happen. And you don't know why exactly, but you know that it only happens when people are free. So we have this debate between one side and the other side. Maybe it's the individualists, and maybe it's the communitarians. Maybe it's your wife who's an engineer, who's very practical and knows how to do math, and hates some of the random ramble tangents you take in speeches when she's glaring at you. But she, no comparison to Mussolini, but she makes the trains run on time.
Wait, really?
You've never heard that one before.
So we've been through a lot in our marriage. I mean, we've been together for as long as we have. I mean, you do go through a lot. We've lost all four of our parents. He went through a really horrific cancer fight. I mean, tons and tons of stress. But I got to tell you, nothing is as stressful as giving a talk together.
This happened, I'm going to get back to my point in a minute, but this happened
Sure
for
you
the
will.
first time. We were scheduled to speak at Students for Liberty in Iceland. And unbeknownst to us, the people that scheduled the talk scheduled us together. And we had never spoken together before. And this is actually a good metaphor for my point here. And it's harder to speak together because you have to come to some sort of agreement about what's going to happen on stage so that you both don't look like idiots, right?
Well, and not only did they schedule us to speak together, but it wasn't actually clear that we were supposed to speak together. I knew he was speaking, and there had been some talk about me doing something, but never really confirmed. And the day before the conference, we're actually pulling up the program. I'm like, oh, I'm listed as a speaker. What am I speaking about? Oh shit, I'm speaking with you.
Your worst nightmare.
It was, but we pulled it off, as we generally do.
And there's another Rush album. I'm going to quote another Rush album. There's a Rush album called Hemispheres. And the guy that wrote the lyrics for 2112, a guy named Neil Peart, was a huge fan of Ayn Rand. And he was struggling 3 or 4 albums in. He was being personally demonized by the music press. They're all communists, and they hate Ayn Rand. They actually think that she's a fascist because they're wickedly confused about their own ideology. And he's trying to explain to people what liberty means to him. As at the time, he's an objectivist, and he wrote this entire album called Hemispheres, talking about the two halves of the brain. He's that dork, right? And you have the left side and the right side.
Did you just call me a dork?
No, I call myself a dork.
Okay, just making sure.
You're not a dork. No.
Not Mussolini.
Yeah. She's just trying to make the trains run on time because we said we would end in 30 minutes. And he calls the two hemispheres of the brain the heart and the mind. And my suggestion, as we are now lifetime members of the Libertarian Party, we left the Republican Party in 2016, helped Gary Johnson, and we are not going back. And I would like to suggest to all of you that the potential here is massive. And we all, as big L libertarians, have to get comfortable with the idea that our community is going to get a lot bigger. And we're going to bring in a lot of disaffected Republicans. We're going to bring in disaffected Democrats. Most importantly, we're going to bring in young people who never joined one of the tribes. They're all registering as independents. And we're going to bring in people that never gave a damn about politics before. And in order to do that, we're going to have to figure out a way to get the two sides of our brains to connect so that 1 + 1 = 3. And part of that message is raging against the machine and being a purist and not compromising. The other half is being open to people that never read any of the dead economists that I just quoted, right? Nobody knows. There's plenty of people that don't know who Ayn Rand or Frederick Bastiat or Frederick Hayek or Ludwig von Mises are. But they have that feeling in their gut. They believe in liberty. Not their gut, actually, in their heart. I just screwed up my metaphor. And we need to be open to them, and we need to be welcoming to them. And I happen to think that I'm pretty much a pure libertarian. And by the way, there's only one, and it's me.
Wait a minute. We have another argument.
Sorry, you're out. But I also love the idea. We work with progressives. We work with conservatives. We work with independents. The most recent video we produced is by Sienna May. It's called, what's it called? True.
Joel, what's it called?
Unity.
It's called Real Unity.
Real Unity.
And Sienna, I just transitioned and you didn't even know I was going to take over the stage.
Do it.
So Sienna was a hardcore progressive liberal. And then she had this epiphany moment, actually at a Black Lives Matter rally, where she just couldn't handle the wokeness of the progressive side. And she is now a self-declared independent. She's a libertarian, but she doesn't want a label. So we just released this video. I highly recommend that you see it. Matt used the phrase heart and mind, hearts and minds. And I think the only way that you're going to reach someone's mind and change their opinion and change their outlook on something is to reach their heart first. You have to tell stories to people to get them to understand where you're coming from. You have to show that empathy. Talk about the things that you agree with first. Connect with people through their hearts. Don't start with that 0.1% that you don't agree with. The old joke used to be, and hopefully it still doesn't true, that you can always tell a libertarian because they're the two guys in the corner of the room arguing over whether or not you should be walking on government-funded sidewalks. I highly recommend that
That's
you
an
don't.
important debate, by the way.
Maybe you shouldn't lead with that. Maybe save that for the fifth date. I don't know. Right?
When did I spring that one on you? I don't remember.
Maybe the second.
I must have waited.
Anyway, that's our message for today. Reach people through their hearts. Try to work together. Focus on what you agree on. If you start a conversation with people on common ground, you might actually get to the point where you can change their opinions about something else. And that's what really matters, isn't it? Growing our family, growing our tribe, and trying to make this world a better place.
All right, thank you guys.
And we only ran over. Thank you.
Wonderful message. Collaboration is how we move forward. We're too small to be this divided. So learn how to work with one another. Learn how to appeal to one another. Because that Ben Franklin line from 1776, unless we all hang together, we're all most assuredly hang separately. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you somebody who, if without his efforts, most of us would not be here. Without his efforts, the Libertarian Party of West Virginia would not be on the ballot. You would not have a libertarian choice in your election. His continued service to the party has been immeasurable. And I can't imagine an election without him. And going through another election, and talked about perhaps running again, and I sure hope he does because he's a great candidate, a great person. We're going to be talking about libertarian solutions to everyday problems, and this is going to be a collaborative discussion. So my distinct pleasure to introduce David Moran, 2012-2016 candidate for governor, got us ballot access. 2020 candidate for U.S. Senate, helped kind of fortify the ballots so we can get people to vote down ballot in America over the 1%. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome David Moran.
I learned one thing from 2020. Don't run against Capco. You're not going to make it. I want to talk about two things today, and I'm going to be a lot briefer than thought, because I want to build on what you guys said a little bit as well. I think that the history that we find that brings us here is really very, very important. And we have to recognize that, and then also recognize some of the characteristics of history that have molded those people as well. I'm proud to say I became a libertarian when I was 5 years old. And I'm not even going to tell you how old I am now, because I don't think there's anybody in here as old as I am. So that story is one that I love to tell. When I was 5, I got a job in a flower shop. My mother was a florist, and instead of going to school, she'd take me to the flower shop because we didn't have sort of daycare kind of things that you see these days and that sort of stuff. So I was at the flower shop, and Mr. Tonseth, the florist, paid me a nickel an hour to clean out vases, flower vases. I don't know if any of you ever cleaned out a flower vase or not, but once you've done it once, you probably never want to do it again. And it really stinks. 5 cents an hour to do that, and my parents went ahead and got me a Social Security number. So by the time I finally retired, my Social Security thing all had these 25-cent and 35-cent quarters in it from when I was younger. But in the process of doing that, I really enjoyed the work that I was doing there with him. One day he said to me, he said, you know, if you're going to work here, we're probably going to have to make you a member of the florist union. And I went through the ceiling. I said, absolutely not. I'm not going to be a member of the florist union or any union. Now that's before we invented the terms that we use right now. The story goes on a little bit further. I actually had the opportunity to meet Ayn Rand in 1961. And she was invited to the university to give a lecture. And a good audience turned out for the lecture. By the way, they were all engineers from the engineering school. So the engineers all turned out to see Ayn Rand. She was fantastic. Not the most stimulating speaker that I've ever heard, but the message was really, really good. The message was great. And when she talked about objectivism, she talked about things that made sense to just about everybody. And I think that that's really important for us to do that. You're going to have the opportunity to listen to Erika and Karl in a little while. And they're really the featured part of what we've got here today, because they're the ones who've been most recently on the campaign trail and really, really pushing it forward. So I'm anxious to hear what they have to say. Now, if I can, I'd like to spend just a few minutes on two concepts and how they work together. I got to keep an eye on the clock here, too. You want to take a break after I'm done here, and I'll shorten it up or what?
It's up to you. It's up to everybody. Yeah.
Responsibility, one of them. And the other one is this business of solutions, libertarian solutions. And they really go together in many ways. I'll probably touch on political correctness somewhere along the time that I'm giving me to talk to. But responsibility is the major feature that I think that we have to look at. If you look at the libertarian platform, the word responsibility is mentioned in there. It's very early in the platform. And it is basically the foundation of everything, that fundamental concept that we believe in, that we have the freedom to do whatever we want as long as we don't do something that's going to take that freedom away from somebody else. And that's where the responsibility lies. And it's a personal sort of thing. Every one of us has that responsibility to do that. The responsibility to volunteer. The responsibility, you were talking about picking up garbage on the streets. Right, the responsibility to do that, right? Too many people drive by and just see something there and figure the government's going to come by and clean it up. It doesn't happen. How many of you like potholes? We've got some potholes on Eglin Road that will swallow your car. Okay? What do? My fellow farmers and I go out there and fill them up. Now, we don't do a very good job. We'll take the tractor and a bucket of gravel and go ahead and fill it up and at least get potholes in it. Sometimes we'll paint yellow circles around them. We're not waiting. We're taking the responsibility to do something, and every one of us has got to do that every day of our lives, and we've got to do it right now. The other thing that I want to bring out is the issue of libertarian solutions. I personally think that we just can't talk about principles. We've got to talk about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. And I'm going to give you one example that you're probably all going to hate. But I picked this example because it's one of the most controversial ones. Libertarian solution means if you believe in all of the philosophy that we're talking about, you've got to put your hands on it and your brain to work and figure out how to solve the problem. Sometimes it's a negative solution, like just get out of the way. Sometimes it's a very positive solution, like I want to do the following 5 things, and this is what I'm proposing to do. If you want to argue about all 5 of them or 4 of them, that's fine with me, but at least I've come forward and I've given a solution to it. Now, we've all practiced doing this many times. Eddie and I have been on the campaign trail together up in Morgantown and standing in front of the university and talking to students and that sort of thing. And we've tried to make it very specific. What's the first step in making something specific? Listening. Not telling somebody something. Asking a question and then listening to the answer. And I think you're going to hear that from Karl and Erika today too. When you ask somebody a question and you really prove that you're listening to them, magic happens. It's not like people that are arguing with each other over some concept on a radio show or a TV show, but it's a real person-to-person activity. I love some of the stories I can give in terms of listening to people. I'm only going to just allude to one of them. This book we put together back in 2016 for that campaign, prior to that, all right? And I like to think that it's kind of funny and humorous and cute, but it's also serious as well. And it talks about the 2012 campaign running for governor and trying to get ballot access for the Libertarian Party. By the way, we've got some free copies up here. I'll be glad to give you a free copy for what, 20 bucks? 25? Okay, whatever it happens to be. All right, I was at a signing, a book signing down in Charleston, at the Charleston Book Convention. And a man came up to me and got in my face and said, I don't know what you're doing. You're not qualified to run for governor. You don't know anything. You don't know the first thing about this state. I think that you're absolutely crazy. You're the dumbest person I've ever seen in my whole life, and I don't even know why I'm standing here talking to you. I said, tell me about it. And I asked him questions. About 35 minutes later, he walked away. He bought books for all of his family members. He left a $100 donation. there. And I turned around and I said to John Buckley, who was standing there beside me, and I'm sorry John's not here today. I said, you know, if I could only do that another couple 100,000 times, I'd be governor. And I think that's what really counts. It really does. Okay, so responsibility and libertarian solutions. I'm going to get to the heart of this right away. By the way, I was going to read from Byron, Lord Byron, the poet. I'll save you that. But I will. But I will tell you, it's sitting right there, okay? But I will tell you that Byron in 1820 was a libertarian. And he was well known as a poet at the time. He denounced George III in a poem, and his friends, a couple of his friends wound up being sued, and one of them in jail for denouncing George III in England because they published his poem that he wrote. He was so incensed over the fact the Ottoman Empire had taken over Greece that he went to Greece as a freedom fighter. And he died there in 1824. He died of, we don't know exactly what, maybe COVID, but probably not. Something. Anyway, he died there. But he was putting everything that he believed in to work. Now, a lot of us don't have the opportunity to do that. But those of you who are going to run for public office, you do have the opportunity to do that, just like Erika had the opportunity to do that. And Erika had to think really, really hard and long about taking on that quest of running for governor to ensure the continuance of the Libertarian Party. We all have that opportunity, and I congratulate every one of you. Eddie, run again, as you said you might. Okay. Okay, so let me bring it now down to libertarian solutions. I'm going to give you one example, and I want you to argue with me if you don't like it, all right? But it relates to responsibility. And it is, I see your t-shirt. Stand up, show me your hat.
And don't get read, taxation is theft.
There you go. All right. Okay, I happen to agree with these sentences. Don't intrude on my moment. I happen to believe in the sentiment. And I think the easiest thing for us, those of us who believe that taxation is some sort of theft, is to say, get rid of it. I want to know who thinks that's going to happen. It's not going to happen, right? So I want to give you a potential libertarian solution, and a lot of you have heard this before because I've been working it on the campaign trail and so on, and it came from my wife, who is also a libertarian, and she said, everybody, when they pay their income tax, ought to be able to say where the money's going to go.
Yes.
Take the responsibility to figure out what the devil is going on in the country. And then you decide. Now, is that hard to do? No, it's not. If you pay your income tax and you've got a list of things that you can check off, and if you wanted to go for child support, or you wanted to go for the homeless, or you wanted to go for potholes in Eglin so that the farmers there don't have to put gravel in them, any one of those things are great. But you accept the responsibility, and it means that you've got to study it then. You can't just say, oh, well, gosh, I hate taxes. I don't want to be paying anybody anything. They're stealing my money from me. We have a responsibility to support the nation. We have that responsibility. But we're not obliged to support it in the way that somebody else wants. Now, representative government is supposed to do that for us. How many people here think that representative government is working right now? Not a hand? Okay. You're all anarchists or what? What's the deal? Okay, it is not working. And why? Because they stole your responsibility. They took it away from you, each one of you. Yeah, they took your money, but more important than that, they took your responsibility away. And it's easy to get back. We could make West Virginia a state where everybody gets to say where the money's going to go. Now, in the long run, would it make a great deal of difference? I think that it would probably pretty much average out, and things would probably be the same. But let's say that nobody supports the pothole thing, and we've got to get rid of the highway department. Well, that's fine, because we voted with our shoes and we voted with our pocketbooks, and we can make that happen. What if they say that they don't want to support public schools? What if no money comes up for public schools? Is that the end of education? No chance. We've got all sorts of other solutions. Remember that this state educated all of its students for a long, long time without any public money whatsoever. It was done by people that were willing to do the job and, in many cases, volunteered to do the job. West Virginia has one of the highest rates of home schooling in the country. And it's probably not because we are just ticked off. It's because we've got an idea and we're taking responsibility. We're taking back the responsibility to educate our children. Even if we send them to school from the 3rd grade on, or the 2nd grade, or kindergarten, or whatever it is, we still have that responsibility to make sure that every one of those kids is educated, and we can do it, or we can ask somebody else to do it, or we can pay to have it done. Okay, so libertarian solution, potential, one. This is only one out of a whole bag full of things that I pull up. Would be to make this state the first state where every citizen has the responsibility for determining where that tax money goes. I've got to go on a big old limb out here, shaky limb. How many of you think this might work? Anybody? Oh, come on. Make my day. There are a lot of hard things about libertarian solutions, because we're asking ourselves and other people to actually make a commitment, not just to talk about it, not just to bitch and moan about it, not to cry and complain and all those other things that we love so much to do, but actually to get out there and make it. If I run again, I'll be the most unpopular candidate for whatever office go for it. Simply because that's the way I'm going to do it. And I'm going to put the list out there. And if they don't like it, I guess that's the measure of democracy. It's just going to work that way. But I think there's hope for it. I really do. Poetry. How many of you like poetry? Okay, a lot of people like poetry. Shelley, Percy Shelley. Shelley's Ode to Liberty. A glorious people vibrated again. The lightning of the nations, liberty. From heart to heart, from tower to tower, over Spain, scattering contagious fire into the sky. That's what we've got to do, and it's the responsibility of every one of us to make a bit of that work. So, when we leave here, let's do that. And listen, don't argue, ask questions, and listen to the answers. Get your free $25 book over here. Okay, do I get to introduce?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, okay. You know, I think that's the Russian. Did you applaud yourself in the Soviet Union? Otherwise, no, everybody's afraid to put their hands up. I think that's the answer. Okay, I'm going to talk about these two people as a couple. The most wonderful couple I have ever met in my life. and they have an absolutely wonderful daughter named Iris. These people saw me walking on the street, shaking hands in a parade. And they were there. This is, I think, the first time was probably up in Kimberly. And they made me feel at home immediately. Because they were there not for themselves, but they were there because there was something going on that they thought they were interested in. And I'm not even sure, I mean, these folks have been libertarians for their whole life, but I'm not even quite certain that they had decided yet it was going to be, a focus. We got the opportunity to talk a little bit during that time. Erika was our parliamentarian back in 2000 and, somebody tell me what, 16? 14? 2016, she was our parliamentarian. We were such a raucous group, we needed a parliamentarian to keep us straight, right? And Karl was busy trying to run for Attorney General. Right, Attorney General. And we went to Erika and Karl and asked if they would commit to running for the governor's seat. And it was a they sort of thing, without a doubt. I asked Erika because I thought that Erika was going to be a very strong candidate, but it was a team that we were asking. During that time, they created capabilities that the rest of us would not even be able to have. We couldn't come up with. They were beautiful, absolutely beautiful part of the campaign. And it was under probably the worst circumstances that you can imagine. One of the things you'll do if you go out and run is you're going to spend a lot of time in Walmart parking lots. That's where the people go.
It's where America shops.
Rational people, we don't go to Walmart.
I've been thrown out of more Walmart parking lots by managers wearing blue suits with yellow stars on them than you'd ever be able to count, okay? But that's where you go. And during this last campaign, it just got almost impossible. If you remember, people were even having to get in lines at the Walmart. There's a whole other story there, but I'm not going to tell. But their campaign capabilities are the sort of things that we need to listen to now because they've had the most recent work and they've been very, very successful. As David said, they got more votes than the last guy, whoever that was. And congratulations. So, Erika and Karl, come on up here. They're going to talk to us now. We have a few free T-shirts.
Which one's your list?
I
I paid for mine.
You paid well. That wasn't very smart, was it? These were purchased, I think, by John Buckley, I believe. Okay,
Yeah.
and that was his slogan. And it's got a nice map of West Virginia on the back in case you forget where he lives.
Also, we got some Libertarian Party of West Virginia T-shirts that we'll be happy to give away as well.
So here's what David Moran doesn't tell you. He says that he asked Karl and I to run as a couple. Here's the real story as to how David tricked me into running for governor. David was looking along with some other folks who were part of the executive committee at that time to have a candidate run for governor, right? Because it's the most important race. It's our ballot access race. What allows everybody else in this room to run at some point in time for any other office that they want. And he calls me and he says, we've been thinking that Karl would make a great candidate for governor. What do you think about that? And I said, he's never going to do it. There's no way. He ran for attorney general. He's done with it. We're focusing on our family. We're focusing on our practice. And he said, okay, well, let's meet for lunch. I'd like to talk to him. I think I can talk him into it. So I think it's a great idea, right? I'd love to be the wife of the governor. So I think I'm gonna trick Karl. I'm gonna conspire with David Moran and trick Karl into running for governor of West Virginia. So I set up the lunch, and I'm a lawyer. That's my day job. I was at a mediation representing some client, and I'm late for the lunch. I think it doesn't matter if I'm late for the lunch. David and Karl need to talk. So my phone's ringing. Karl's texting me, blowing me up. Where are you? We're here. David's waiting on you. And I'm like, I don't need to be there. Just have lunch with David. I don't tell Karl what David wants to talk to me about. He's like, no, you need to be here. So I wrap up my mediation. I run up the street in Buchanan to a nice little restaurant called CJ Maggie's. And David, starts the drum roll. I've really been thinking about, who might make a good candidate for governor. I'm getting excited. I'm like, here it is. He's going to drop the bomb on Karl. And he looks across the table and says, Erika, I'd like you to run. And I'm gobsmacked. It's the biggest bait and switch I've ever been a part of. And Karl's sitting on the other side, snickering because he thinks he's gotten off the hook. So that is the real story of how I ended up running for governor. So when Karl and I decided to give this, I'm going to call it a conversation. It's not really a presentation, and I'll tell you why in a second. It's really because we both ran statewide races at two very, very different times and for two very different reasons. Karl ran in 2016, and his only goal was to be on the ballot. Some of you may remember that's the year that we ran libertarian candidates for all of the statewide offices, treasurer, auditor, and all those things. And Karl just signed up to be on the ballot. I was running a very important race where we had to get 1% during a historical time period of COVID when I couldn't go to the Walmart parking lots that David Moran had trained me to go to. So we have two completely different experiences to talk to you about today. And the reason that this came about is as I was winding down the election and shortly thereafter, I had a lot of folks come to me. Some people were in this room, some are not. Hopefully they're watching from home. And they said, when can we sit down and talk about the things that you've learned and talk about, the contacts that you made, the media that you were able to get? When can we talk about that so we're not reinventing the wheel every time? And I thought that was a really, really important thing for people to ask me, is that we shouldn't reinvent the wheel every time, right? The Democrats and Republicans, they have a system. They're not reinventing the wheel every time. So it made sense to me that I've learned all this knowledge in trial by fire, so I should share this knowledge. And I think it was Mr. Rodstep and Chairman Valente were saying to you that there's a host of training materials out there on a national level, and there really is. There's going to be a Region 5 candidate training later this summer. There's a wonderful trainer named Kara Schultz who runs I don't want to call it a podcast. It's an interactive stream where you can ask questions. If you're interested in those things, see myself, talk to David, and we can give you that information. And those candidate trainings are just that. They're candidate trainings. They're going to tell you how to write a campaign plan. They're going to tell you how to figure out your win number, how to get to that win number, how many doors you got to knock to get X amount of votes. How to send out your mailers and what categories to do that under. And I'm going to tell you that I didn't have the ability to do any of that, so I'm not going to talk to you about that today. When I went to that candidate training, I didn't even know what a campaign was. I'm sitting there and I'm trying to write things down there saying, okay, so let's talk about the campaign plan. I'm like, what the hell is that? Nobody ever told me about a campaign plan. I don't know what that is. Let's talk about your win number. And I'm like, unless somebody's sending me a couple $1 million, I'm probably not going to win, but I do need to get 1%. Tell me how to do that. So there are things that you can learn, a lot of nuts and bolts about running good campaigns at that training. But that's not what I'm here to do today. What I'm here to do today is have a conversation with you about being a candidate. And I do want it to be a conversation because if you have to sit there and listen to Karl and I drone on for an hour, this is going to be very interesting. So feel free, don't raise your hand, just interrupt. I am here today because I want to answer what questions you have. Those of you who saw something in my campaign that you liked or you didn't like, let's talk about it. If you have questions about how to run your own campaign, let's talk about those too. That's really what I want to do today. So just jump in. One of the things that I will tell you is that running for office was one of the hardest things that I've ever done. So if anybody tells you it's going to be easy, that is not true. It's absolutely not true. To think it was Mr. Kibbe who alluded to this, you're gonna think, well, that, you know, certain people are gonna be behind me, right? My friends are gonna be behind me. Nope. Your friends are gonna say, what? You're crazy. Live a what? Don't do that. You're gonna make a fool out of yourself. There are libertarians who are gonna say, you ain't libertarian enough. Not voting for you. There are Democrats who are going to say, you're one of those crazy libertarians that carries guns. There are going to be Republicans that say, you know, you believe in gay rights, and you're not going to get any love. So don't ever decide to run for office because you think it's going to make you popular. It's not.
I loved you, remember?
You did. Stephanie loved me. But so that is my first piece of advice to you, is that you need to find your tribe. And, you know, I think it was David mentioned at the beginning of this, looking around the room and seeing my volunteers. A lot of my tribe is in this room. Stephanie was my tribe. Tara and Will, Kevin, these folks were my tribe. David was my tribe. So you need to figure out very early on in the process who those people are. And they're going to come from different places. They're going to come from within the party and without of the party. And I will tell you that one of my biggest accomplishments, I think, as a candidate, is I needed a campaign team. I needed a campaign manager. I needed a campaign treasurer. I needed somebody to run my social media. And I didn't know who these people were or where they were going to come from. So I just started talking to my friends and I said, hey, I think I'm going to run for governor. I'm going to need some help. Would you run my social media? And, you know, some of these folks said, sure, I don't know what a libertarian is, but if you teach me what that is, I can help you try to run this campaign because I believe in you. I believe you're a good person. And through that, I was able to convert, I don't know, probably 20 of the new registered libertarians are people that I knew, that knew me, that maybe thought libertarian wasn't what they were until they listened to me talk. So you shouldn't underestimate the power of using your campaign to simply spread the message of liberty to your friends and family who otherwise wouldn't be there to listen to it or care. But because you start running, they care. The other thing that you need to do is, and this is something I think both David and Mr. Kibbe talked about, is you need to be an example of how libertarianism can work. Because not only does that make you a more credible candidate, but it gets you a lot more contacts. And what do I mean by this? Well, in order for liberty and freedom to work, you have to believe in the idea of voluntarism, right? You have to believe that we're not going to let people down the streets. We're going to take care of each other collectively as a community. You have to be involved in community organizations because it both gets your name out there, people recognize your name. That's essential to a campaign. So join everything you can. If you're thinking of running for a House of Delegates race, you should be joining every organization in your community you can. The Lions Club, the Rotary, the Community Theater, the Chamber of Commerce. You should be picking up trash, whatever those things are. You know, pick your community organizations, but you need to join them because people will see that you're a good person. So then when you start saying, listen, liberty actually works, voluntarism works, you're more credible because you've been doing it. Now that was a little bit difficult for me to do on a state level because there's not, you know, a whole lot of those state type organizations that you can join. And winning a statewide campaign, by the way, is all about name recognition. Okay, It doesn't matter who you are, what your philosophy is. It's all about, do people recognize your name? Which leads me to my next point. Will Hyman is a genius.
Here we go.
I contacted Will Hyman after I found out, by the way, from one of these national trainings that are great, you should all go to them, that winning a statewide race or doing well in a statewide race is all about name recognition. How many of you in this room that voted for me, or if you didn't vote for me, that's okay, don't raise your hands. If you voted for me, how many of you actually knew my last name? Okay, I'm impressed because I will meet people today and they're like, oh, Erika. They have no idea what my last name is. And that's because, I thought, oh, it's such a hard last name. And Will agreed to design my logo. And we were talking and communicating, like, and we came up with this idea. What about just Erika? Just Erika. It's easier to remember than Kolenich. And it really worked. When I would do interviews, people just called me Erika. When I was in the press, people just called me Erika. People would see me at events and say, oh, you're Erika. And so branding is really important. Pick something and go with it, whether you like it or not. All right.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of going back to where we started. And David definitely picked the right candidate for the governor's race. When I did my attorney general race, I think it was very by the book. I did my newspaper editorial board interviews. I did some radio interviews. Did magazine articles. I did those type of things. But the attorney general position was something that it's kind of academic. People don't really understand it. At the time, the drug companies were being sued by the state attorney general. So you had that opioid money coming in, but people really weren't interested in this necessarily. So I got to just be your typical angry libertarian. I got to notice without a lot of those solutions that David talked about. I got away with just being a regular angry libertarian without proposing a lot of solutions, and that was my mistake of my candidate. And another thing that Erika really had to take off and run with was the attorney general candidate really didn't have a lot of opportunity to meet people face to face. I mean, you do events and you do fairs and festivals. Attorney general, that's not exciting. Nobody wants to talk to the attorney general. Don't even know really what you do. But Erika was a great candidate, and I think she showed a lot of us, anybody who paid attention to her candidacy, either both before COVID, we started in the fall of 19.
So that leads me.
Absolutely.
My experience was that you want to start early, and I will tell you that was a controversial decision for those who were involved in my campaign. There were folks who were definitely saying to me, don't start early because that gives people more of an opportunity to criticize you. That gives people more of an opportunity to, come after you. And especially in a party like the Libertarian Party where, our nomination happens at a meeting very similar to this. We don't have to run a primary. I believe you should start early, and I'm going to tell you to start early. I knew that I was going to run for governor in the fall of 2018, more than 2 years prior to the election. And here's why I think it's imperative to start off early. Number one is that the day after the primary election, because I had already been running, if you paid attention at all to the governor's race, you know that it was, more so than any other election I've ever seen in West Virginia. It was very tribal within the Democratic and the Republican primaries, right? People had their camps. They were, if you were a Republican, you were maybe in the Folk camp or the Thrasher camp. Same thing with the Democrat. Maybe you were in the Slango camp or the Stephen Smith camp. And the day after the primary election, my social media numbers blew up. My campaign donations blew up. And that's because people who had a candidate that they were supporting in the Republican or the Democratic race that didn't win, they came to me because I had already been out there. I was out there for a year before that when I didn't have to be. So for me, it turned out to be a very good idea to start early. The other thing is, if you start off early, you're doing interviews early, you're talking to people early, especially if it's your first time running and you're not comfortable with those things yet. It really helps so that by the time it's election season and people are paying attention, you already have your message honed. You're ready to go. So my advice is start off early. Yeah.
Actually, to echo that sentiment, I think one thing to also did was head off potential takeover attempts by loser candidates that didn't win their race. That we had a candidate in place that was, already had a well-established campaign, and that was a libertarian. That wasn't, a disaffected Republican that's just angry that Jim Justice won the election. So, there are many advantages to announcing early, not just getting donors in line. Deciding on your graphics and getting that out there and socialized. Because the Joe Jorgensen campaign was kind of the opposite. We nominate them in May. We didn't have graphics for that campaign until almost the end of July.
You spend a lot of time playing catch up.
Yeah, and we're already facing two campaigns that are spending $2 billion. So, we're playing catch up the whole time. And then when you have delays of things like just graphics, campaign signs, that was just, such a hard thing for us to really capitalize on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, what I was, where I was kind of going before was that for my campaign, we all as libertarians, we know that we're not going to get invited to big events. We're not going to, I think if anybody remembers the 2016 Attorney General election, I didn't get invited to the showdown at the Capitol with Morrissey. But what I realized and what we got to learn from is not only are they not going to invite us, not only are they not going to be welcoming to us, but they're going to actively stonewall us. I remember going to, editorial reviews. I think Dominion Post, is that Morgantown, Eddie? I remember going there, and the two candidates at the time, they were set to come. They found out that me and the Green Party fellow were going to be there, and they boycotted. And that's what we can expect, especially as a state party candidate. So, what Erika did a great job of, and COVID really forced it, was bringing the message to the people. And just like David mentioned earlier, that whenever a libertarian gets a chance to talk to people and really have a conversation, people like our message. People like the message. People like libertarians, if only because we're honorable. We say what we mean. We have credibility, and the strong message I think that we found was that how many positions or how many points do you believe in your party, Republicans or Democrats? I mean, really, maybe a third. We really strongly believe in. So even if you believe in libertarians, 50%. You're ahead. We have a good message. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of time to talk to each and every person. But go ahead.
I would say we heard today from our keynote speakers that the key to talking to voters and the key to talking to people about liberty is starting off on where you agree. And that's what I always did. Before you get to the part of the conversation where we're talking about how maybe heroin should be decriminalized and not illegal, you should start off with where people agree with you. Let them know, be yourself. Start off with where you agree, relate to people, and go from there. You will find as a candidate that if you do that, there are people who, even if they don't agree with you on 100% of the issues, will be so happy that you've been a real, relatable person and that you agree on some of the issues that they will say, maybe I can set aside the part of the issues that I don't agree on because this person I'm talking to is real, genuine, and forthcoming. This gets me to my next point that, David brought up earlier in the day. And I will tell you that this strategy is not for everyone. And certainly I took a lot of heat for it. I took heat from some people in this room for it, but I was going to be unapologetically myself because at the end of this campaign, I had to go home and, live with myself and live with my family. So I decided from the very, very beginning, if I got asked a question in an interview, I'm giving a straight out answer. I'm not going to try to politician, candidate, double speak it and go all the way around and answer, with 5 different faces so I can, put out another position later. I just answered the way I felt and the way that came from my gut. Now, I'm a libertarian, right? So most of the time, those answers are coming from the ideals of freedom and liberty, but we all know that we don't agree on every single issue. I wouldn't beat around the bush about things. The interview that David is talking about, we were talking about cannabis. And so they just said, Erika, what about cocaine? And I said, shouldn't be criminal. What about heroin? Shouldn't be criminal. And I just answered genuinely the way I felt. Now, people were outraged, right? Who gets up there and says it? You're supposed to skirt that. And you're supposed to say, well, I think first we should, close up the medical marijuana bill and then transition to. I just said yes. I just flat out answered the question. Because of that, I've had so many people contact me that said, I voted for you. I may not have agreed with a thing that you said, but I knew that you were honest. So I knew that at least you would listen to people, that you would not lie, and that you would try to do what was best. I've never trusted anybody else. So if you could do yourself one favor, it's just be forthright and honest. Just be the type of person that people can trust. I made so many friends in the media because after interviews, I would get calls from the people who interviewed me, and they would say, hey, listen, I'm going to vote for you. I've never interviewed another candidate who just answered questions. It was really refreshing. So that is a strategy I would recommend to you. Now, maybe it doesn't work for everybody, right? Maybe just answering that heroin should be legal is not the right answer for everybody. But for me, it worked, and it was. The other thing that I found worked incredibly, incredibly well that I would recommend that you do is never talk negative about another candidate. Again, something that's controversial. There are certainly time periods that you're going to be on the campaign trail as a candidate, and somebody's going to want you to badmouth someone else. You're going to be in interviews, and you're going to get pushed up against the wall, and it's going to seem like a cop-out. But I was able to maintain so many friends, and I don't mean friends of Erika, I mean, friends of the Libertarian Party, friends of my campaign, by simply not bad-mouthing other candidates. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to differentiate, because maybe I'm misunderstanding. If you don't agree with Jim Justice, is that bad-mouthing him because you say you don't agree with his position? I don't believe it is, but if you say Jim Justice is a crook, he doesn't pay his bills, okay, I understand.
That's right. How many campaigns did we see that you didn't even know who the candidate was? It was just an anti-Jim Justice campaign. Like, I don't even know who this person is running. I don't know what they believe. I just know that they don't like Jim Justice. You're exactly right. That's not what I'm talking about. But now I will tell you that people would say, I got this question so many times. How would you grade Jim Justice's handling of the pandemic? And I just said, most of the time, I would start off, before I talked about how I would handle it, which is really what they're asking, I would start off by saying, I don't think anybody knows what it would be like to be in that position until they're there. It's impossible to accurately answer that question because we don't know what information Jim Justice has. and what information he doesn't have. With that being said, here's what I would have done differently. And you just completely turn it around without necessarily being critical of them as a person. And that seemed to be another thing that my feedback since the campaign has indicated gained me credibility. Yes.
I know probably a lot of people are looking at me cross-eyed if I say that I'm already this early on interested in running for Congress. We're talking a lot here about state campaigns, but this is really much more of a federal campaign for, a national position. How much of your advice translates to that? Would you tweak anything based off of what you learned?
I think I've thought about that a lot, Barrett, actually. I think that what I learned goes all the way down to a city council race, all the way up to a national race. For example, when we're talking about finding your tribe, that may sound silly in a city council race, except it's not. If you find folks in different areas of the city, they're going to be able to tell you what the concerns of the constituents in that area of the city are. They're going to be able to be your point of contact in the city. It's the same way running a large congressional race. I mean, you're going to have what we think, right, depending upon redistricting, is probably, what's it going to be?
Half the state, north, south.
We don't know how the line's going to be yet, but so same thing. I think it translates 100% from the smallest race up into all the way into Congress. And let me say this, Barrett's right. We are talking about a statewide race. I would encourage all of you. I mean, me running for governor was a necessary evil because someone has to do it, but I would encourage you to run for city council races, county commission races, county surveyor, all county, insurance commissioner, all of those things, because those are very winnable races. I mean, if there's anything that the National Libertarian Party has shown us, it's that those races can be won on those levels. And I'm not saying, Barrett, that you couldn't win Congress. You very well may. It's just there's so much more money, so much more money involved with those, so much more resources in terms of people and money that are needed. But those smaller races can really be won. I mean, Will's running for city council. He may win, right? Joel was the mayor of Payton City. We can win those types of races. So I would encourage you, if you're thinking about running and you're like, I don't know what I want to run for, I would encourage you to start at those levels.
And that's what, that's why I think that Erika was such a great candidate. Before the COVID hit, Erika did a great job of connecting with people. We got to do car shows, we got to do bridge days. And prior to the campaign, we worked with, David on his campaigns. And so those campaigns, those local campaigns, they don't need many votes to win. Sometimes just a few hundred, but that's also where libertarians shine. The one-on-one interactions with the people. The big candidates, they're always going to stonewall you. You're going to get pushback, but they can't stop you from knocking on doors. Towards the end of COVID, we knocked on doors, get a good response. People appreciate it. When, at first we were really concerned. It took a long time to work up the nerve to go to people in Bridge Day. They're walking by, they're with their families. Nobody wants to hear me, but they do. We got a surprisingly positive response. Just cold approaching people at car shows. People really are, at most, we thought we would get a lot worse reception just approaching people that weren't there to hear us. But at most, they're indifferent. No, thank you. And that's an okay response. No, thank you. We can deal with that. But for the most part, a lot of people are like, I appreciate it. Good luck. I love to see other people running. It's about time we have somebody new. Handed out a lot of cards, handed out a lot of pens. And so, the U.S. legislature, that's going to be hard. State, that's going to be hard. This is things we have to do. It puts us in the media, it puts us in the news, puts us on the ballot. But it's the local offices that can really be rewarding, I think. I've never run for one, but, a lot of people here are thinking or have done it. And, it's waving signs. We wave signs with Will before that. Those are rewarding because you get to really connect to people, talk about the local issues. So definitely that's not as intimidating. And it's probably a lot more rewarding, a lot less frustrating than thinking that Jim Justice is going to come and talk about issues. It's just, it's just not going to happen.
So fun story, and some of you who've talked to me before may know this. I know Ben Salango. We have business personal relationship. I couldn't get him to speak to me or to look at me for a year and a half, because he didn't want me to to be able to put him on the spot and say, hey, do you want to invite me to the debate? You want to do something with me? So let's talk about some real nuts and bolts stuff. You're going to need voter lists. You're going to want voter lists. The company that you get those from is a company called L2. I have the voter list for the entire state of West Virginia. I paid for those. Those of you who gave me a campaign donation have paid for those. I'm more than happy to share those with you. They have some demographic information. So if you're thinking about running for office and you want phone numbers, addresses, the types of magazines that these people subscribe to, please send me an email or talk to me here, and I'll be happy to give you that information. Things that worked for me. Social media really worked for me. And granted, I didn't have a lot of choices with COVID. I couldn't do a lot of events, although we'll talk about that in a second. Social media really worked. If you like social media, great. If you don't like social media, which I don't, find someone to help you because it's fantastic. Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I thought personally, you were really the first libertarian in the state of West Virginia to other people like myself and other people had Facebook pages. But as the gubernatorial race, you had a Facebook page. No offense, David, or anybody else who ran for governor or any other office, and you did a really great job at it. And I think that really broke through for everyone, and I think that really helped us move forward because I just think we didn't have that. We just didn't. And it was a big move, a really big move for us.
But the point is well taken. You have to have someone who knows that world and can do it. And if you're not that person, when I ran for office, I got my daughter to help me with that area because it's not something, I signed up for Facebook when it first came out because I was turning 50 and all my college and my high school people, I wanted to reconnect with them. And then I made the mistake of, I was a college teacher and let my students friend me and that turned into a disaster.
We learned a lot of tough lessons. It was just a fight. I don't know if it's gotten better, but Facebook was very difficult. Just they don't like libertarians, so that was difficult.
I did a lot of paid targeted ads on Facebook, and if you're going to do that, it's a great thing. You want to make sure that you get your page verified early.
Yes.
I had to appeal 3 times the denial of my Facebook profile certification. I tried to put an ad on YouTube. They fought me. Karl and I were on the phone for 2 hours one day because they insisted that I was in a foreign country trying to influence a U.S. election. Insisted. So you have to get those things. You have to get those things verified early so that when you want to do your paid advertising, that's already there, that's already in place. Yes.
You were just talking about suppression of paid advertising, and we just got a notice. We mentioned the Real Unity video that we did about Sienna declaring her independence, and we were denied advertising that because it was election influencing in New Zealand and the United States.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy. Another story about that being denied paid advertising. I had a committee of folks that were working and trying to get me into the debates, and we had this idea. We were like, well, we're gonna pay for ad space during the debate, and I'm just gonna come up and say, hi, I'm the other candidate for governor that they wouldn't invite to the debate. They wouldn't sell me ad space during the debate. No one. Yes. No. They just said it wasn't available.
Yeah.
PBS.
Online, if I got $500, it says the other candidates wouldn't come. It's just like you're.
That's absolutely true. PBS was the only one who gave me like a kind of answer, and they said, well, we don't really do advertising, we do sponsorships, but we don't really take sponsorships from political organizations.
Yeah.
Yes.
So one point that you said about finding someone to manage your social media. So social media is very toxic. If you're not on social media, it is a very toxic sphere, and it is good to have someone managing it so it insulates you from that toxic soup that is social media, because it can wear on you. Like there are people that will message you and tell you you're a lot of bad things. You know?
Erica, do you want to talk about some of our relationship rules that came about?
I was not allowed to check social media first thing in the morning. Yeah, we had to have some rules. The young lady who ran my social media, who I'm sure would be able to help, and willing to help anybody in this room, her name's Bailey Prophet. I can put you in touch with her. But she's young and smart with technology and things like that, like I'm not. But I would get the most, that is a hard part as well. And for those of you who don't know, and I know that some of you know, I'm very sensitive. I'm very sensitive. I care what people think about me, and I care whether or not people like me. And that was a big concern when I decided to run is, oh my gosh. And you know, I talked with David Moran about it, and I was like, well, it's either going to cure me or put me in a mental institution. I think it cured me, so that's good. But I mean, people are just me, and you do have to prepare yourself for that as a candidate. Yes.
Yeah. So just something I know that you haven't really touched on, but you did a wonderful video during the campaign. I thought it was very effective. A lot of my friends and kind of my circle that aren't libertarians responded really well to it. I was curious if you found that there was a positive response generally for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or if it, okay.
Yeah. So the videos were astronomical, and the story behind the videos is that when we decided I needed some videos, Brett here, who's part of my campaign team, a major part of my campaign team, was trying to put me in touch with some people who did videos for a national campaign, and they were very busy. So we happened to find this guy. Will Hyman is friends with this guy who's local. He's here in Harrison County, and I would recommend him to anybody. His name's Paul Jones. And the way that those videos came about is literally this. None of it was my idea. None of the videos. Paul spent a while, probably 2 to 3 weeks, talking to me and just about why I wanted to be governor, what my ideas were, what did I think the problems were, and just talking to me about a person. And he put all those together. So that what you saw in those videos was the beauty of letting somebody else portray you how they see you as opposed to how you see yourself. But they were very, very popular, and they were very high quality in a way that they presented very well on social media. And my numbers would consistently go up when we would release one of those videos. So thank you for that. And again, go ahead.
I think Paul worked on a congressional campaign for somebody in Georgia or Tennessee. So he has experience in videography and other things. So yeah, he's a great friend of mine too.
Yeah, and he's very creative. He's a storyteller. He's done, music videos. I mean, he's fantastic. Yeah, Kevin.
One of the other reasons that team building is so important is I ran for the House Delegates in 2010, and I had more time than money, so I did a lot of those things myself.
Yeah.
But the trouble is, those things are work, and they feel like work, but they don't always translate to votes. So if I spent time doing graphics design for half a day, or working on the web page, or doing sound editing for a 30-second audio clip, that meant that's time I wasn't asking for money, and you need it, even if it's at the county level, or especially it has to be orders of magnitude more at the state level. So it's really important that you delegate those tasks to trusted people, because you still have a life to live, and you have a limited amount of time to do that.
Yeah.
And if it's a time suck for needed things that feel like work, you're gonna scratch that itch of I'm working for my campaign, but it doesn't necessarily translate to when you're getting whatever number you're looking for.
Yeah, and because I worked so hard to find those people, I'm more than willing to share any information I have. So I'm willing to put you in touch with the regional reps that I had around the state. So you don't have to find them again. You know, Barry, if you're running for Congress and you want to know who those people are that are already into distributing materials, I can send you a name list. And Kevin is right that the importance of having people to support you, I can't stress enough. It became very, very important to me in the campaign not to have to read social media. And another social media tip I'll give you is this. Controversy gets attention on social media, as y'all Facebook warriors know. So I tried to keep myself out of that. But what was great about having an active social media presence is other people would fight on your page about things that you don't have to get involved in as a candidate. Right? and it drives traffic. So I would advise you to stay out of the controversy, but let controversy proceed on your page because that's what gets people to click on it. And it's very nice to have someone who's checking your social media so you're not waking up first thing in the morning thinking, what are people saying about me today on, you know, Twitter or Facebook. So that was an invaluable thing I did. The other thing that I did is this. You will never have enough money as a libertarian candidate to run polls, right? You're not going to be able to run polls to find out what issues are important to you because here's something else that you should know. People don't care about what issues are important to you. They don't care about your platform. They care about the issues that are important to them. So you need to find out what those are. You can't do that easily without running polls, but here's how you do that. David Moran hit it on the head. I think the Kibbes talked about this. You listen. I did a lot of campaign events throughout the state where I didn't talk much. I just listened. I just say, hi, I'm Erika. Nice to meet you. And they would just start telling me about something that was important to them. And I just listened. That's all you have to do is listen. Yes.
So actually, I ran for North Carolina State House.
Okay.
And you're absolutely right. You're never going to have enough money to do polls. However, if you have an AP government class and you can actually talk to the teacher, AP teachers are always looking for new and different things for their students to do. And I had my local AP government class. I bought the telephone list of all the voters in Durham, and I helped them write the poll questions, but they made all the calls. They actually sat down and figured out all the statistical math and everything else. And it cost me maybe, it was about $1,100 for all the telephone numbers and names and everything, and 2 hours of my time sitting down with the students. And I had a series of 4 different polls, 2 of them issue polls and 2 of them voter preference polls. And didn't cost me a dime after that. So that's an idea. You got to think outside of the box sometimes.
Yeah, tapping into educational institutions is a great resource, and for the most part, it's like Eric said, very cheap or free. I mean, before COVID came, I had reached out to some various institutions. I had speaking engagements set up at Marshall, at WVU, at Huntington High School, at West Virginia Wesleyan, and then the bottom dropped out of all of those because of COVID. But that was great. And they weren't necessarily inviting me there because I had a support network there per se. They were inviting me there because there was some political science professor who thought, oh, it'll be good for my classes to hear from this. One of the young ladies who was in one of those classes and was disappointed when I couldn't come speak ended up being very involved and active in my campaign. So never underestimate the power of educational institutions. And the other way that you can get to issues is by social media polls, which is also one of the biggest ways to increase your engagement, which also increases organically how you show up on people's feeds. So just putting up polls, what's more important to you right now in West Virginia, education or the roads, and just seeing how people answer. Now, granted, that's going to be a little bit skewed because a lot of people who are, looking at your page or being driven to your page, they already know you or hear about you, so they're going to come from a certain persuasion. But That was very effective as well. Things that were not effective for me, text messaging. I spent a lot of money on a text messaging thingy-mabob to be able to use, and I took all the phone numbers I told you about I got from the voter list, and I thought, this is going to be great. I'm going to text people. Don't text people. Especially don't text libertarians. Did anybody in this room get a text from me? No, see, well, that's the first problem is that there's only one. But people don't want you to text them. And it was not, yeah, it was not effective at all. Email, MailChimp is a very easy program to use. I created an email campaign through MailChimp. I mean, I had less than 0.5% of an open rate. It was terrible. That didn't work either.
I don't know how you felt. I don't think the telephone necessarily worked. That was not a good time to do this. We tried telephoning. And
yeah, Kevin?
Did you identify why the open rate was so low? So like I use MailChimp for another project. Our list is about 7,000 people and we average between 22 and 28%.
So
that's like radically.
The answer is that is an area that I should have had somebody running for me. I think that that's the true answer is, I was trying to run the email by myself. I was trying to pay attention to my click-through rates by myself, and I didn't have time to improve them. So I really believe it's because I didn't have someone running my email the way I did my social media.
Apollo Pizzell, who runs the Frontier Project and national candidate coordinator for the Libertarian Party, he talks about,
resource, by the way.
he is very, very fantastic. He will tell you that for every 10 doors you knock, you get 1 vote. For every 18 phone calls you make, you get 1 vote. For every 100 emails you make, you'll get 1 vote. So identifying your win number, which is, identifying what is going to take you to get you over that line, that you have to manage your resources. A statewide campaign is very hard to do door knocking, unless you have an army of volunteers that are willing to go out there. But effectively, it's the candidate knocking on your door is going to get that vote. So that's why we do talk about let's run local races, because a city council race is a very walkable district that you can knock on doors and hand out your literature and listen to people's concerns. Not so much, you can do phone calls, but still those city council races are winnable because you can go to those people's doors and introduce yourself to them, show them that, a lot of people, I'll get people who stop me on the street or know that I'm a libertarian, and they'll say, oh, you guys are the one who had the fat guy dance on the stage. Introducing yourself as a libertarian to somebody helps change that narrative and gives them a different idea of what a libertarian is and what a libertarian believes, rather than, we're just all outlandish. I'm outlandish, absolutely, but I'm also serious. I can make serious arguments and things like that. So again, it's getting that personal contact, whether it's sitting in a Walmart parking lot or knocking doors.
Another thing that I heard a lot of people say when we introduced ourselves was we want to advance the Libertarian Party. And I agree with you about the races you could win are city council and the local races. Government's better when it's local anyway, because you can go to those meetings, you can understand what's going on. But if you have a passion to run for Congress because you think you can do better than whoever's in there, that's the first thing I would
Absolutely.
say. Yeah. If somebody is going to continue to try to get that job, we have a state senator in my district that just absolutely drives me bananas. And I want to run against the man someday. I don't know whether I will or not, but because I just don't think he's good at it. But that being said, whatever your passion is, remember your ballot. How many spaces were in my ballot, and I assume the rest of the state's this way, you got the Democrats, you got the Republican, and the first one is whoever the presidential candidate who got the most votes from the last one, their party's first, and then the second, and so forth. So the Libertarian and the Mountain Party, which is the Green Party in West Virginia, lots of times there's nobody there. When I was a boy in my county, the Republican Party was like that. They didn't have the Republicans did not have somebody running for every seat. on our ballot. So you got to build from that way. If there's a libertarian in a lot of offices, that helps build the party. And if you want to run for that position because that fires you up, then do that.
And, just real quick, thank you for that feedback. A little background information. I've been a libertarian since 2005 when a college professor of philosophy kind of convinced me through dead philosophers to embark on that journey. And it was a journey, and it was about 2017, 2018 when I was in my early 30s. And I said, one day I do really want to run for Congress. It wasn't city council, it wasn't state senate, it was Congress. So that really is my passion. And how to go about that. This has really been wonderful, and this has really been an eye opener on. Thank you all. It's been great. I intended to do it in Maryland, and that's why I jokingly say I'm a refugee from Maryland, because good luck getting ballot access there, because it's just not feasible. And the last
one of our 3 congressmen is a refugee from Maryland.
Yeah.
So you got a good
yeah.
The one he wants to run against.
So
and real quick, as the member of the Libertarian Party in Maryland, I helped someone run for Congress in a year that we did have ballot access, and I actually managed their social media and death threats. It was nasty.
Yeah.
It was ugly, because we were campaigning down in Prince George's County, and you're looking at Congressman Anthony Brown, who was also a former lieutenant governor of Maryland. He usually gets away with close to 80% of the vote, but it was just a mess. So, I want to learn everything I can, and this has been wonderful so far. I try to, approach everything with an open mind. I know I can't do it on my own, and it's just greatly appreciated. But I'll shut up before I really start.
You're fun. Karl was getting ready to talk about phone calls, and this will go to show you the difference between the COVID campaign versus the traditional campaign. I think they would have been wildly effective, during Karl's campaign in 2016 if we had gotten a bunch of people to sit around and make phone calls. If you called people during 2020 to talk about, hey, America, I'm a libertarian, I'm running for governor, they didn't want to hear from you. We tried to call about, a COVID message, like how are you feeling about the lockdowns? Tell me what's going on. They didn't want to talk to you about that either. So it was a bad year for phone calls. Phone calls didn't work for me. Here's what was wildly successful for me. And here's what I learned. People don't actually want to go to your events, but they want to know that you are having them. I did a statewide tour, and I would go to wherever. Kevin set an event up for me at Triple S Harley. I went there. We were in the parking lot of BW3s in the Eastern Panhandle. Will and I hung out in a parking lot in downtown Clarksburg. So I would go to these events, and at first it's really disheartening, right? You load up your car and you get up at 6 a.m. and you drive across the state. And you get there, and there's like 2 people there who are already working on your campaign. Maybe some other guy that comes up, he's like, hey, what's this table? What's going on? Is that free? And then he picks up your free stuff, and you just get like run down, and you're like, well, that was fantastic. Except then I started to see a pattern. People would post on social media, thank you for coming to Parkersburg. Now, when I was in Parkersburg with Brett, there was nobody around except for people that Brett was introducing me to. People just wanted to know I was there. They appreciated the fact that I took time to come to their town, but they didn't necessarily need to come and meet me. You would be surprised at the high percentage of people that would post on their social media. It was great to meet Erika today. She's fantastic. You all should talk to her. She had a lot of great ideas. I'm really glad I got to meet her. That guy wasn't at the event. Wasn't at the event at all. So it was a pattern I noticed that became incredible. Stephanie was contacting media for me as I would go somewhere. So sometimes maybe I would go to Boone County and nobody was there except, my guy in Boone County. But there was a reporter who would show up and would say, wow, I came to Boone County, let's talk. And then he would write a headline story about me. So it became very effective that people just wanted to see that I was out there doing things. They didn't want to engage. So don't be upset if you hold events and no one comes. They don't want to come. They don't want to leave their house. They want to sit at home and play on social media, but they definitely want to know that you were there. So that's, and by the way, you can do some creative things with pictures. You take pictures of a couple of your campaign team and some other guy that just walked up and like at a right angle of a park with a bunch of people back there. It looks like there were 100 people there. So you can do some really creative things with pictures as well. So let's talk about fundraising for a minute. This was my least favorite part, but you have to have money. If you think that you're going to run a campaign without money, I mean, you can. Mike ran a great campaign, and I don't think he spent very much, but
Less than $500. I didn't take anybody else's money.
there you go.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And he was very creative in how he did things. And he was clear from the beginning, I'm not going to fundraise. This is how I'm going to do it. And that really worked for Mike. If you're going to run a big race where you have where you're really intending to win, or you're running a statewide race where it's a ballot access race, you're going to have money.
Yeah, I would not advise running a campaign with no money.
And the money is going to come from places that you're not comfortable with. And what I mean by that is, don't expect the libertarians to like show up in droves and say, wow, this is great, you're running, here's $100, here's $1,000. They're not going to. They will help you, but that's not where the majority of your money is going to come from. The majority of your money is going to come from people that you know. And that was an uncomfortable place for me to go, was asking my friends and family and people who were already volunteering countless hours on my campaign for money. But I had to. Things are very expensive. Yard signs are expensive. David mentioned Apollo Pizzell, and Apollo will tell you he hates yard signs because he thinks that people spend too much time on yard signs. And I would agree with that. But here's what I can tell you. If you want people out there on the campaign trail to take you very serious as a candidate, you better have a yard sign when they call you and they say, do you have a yard sign? Because if you say, no, I don't, their automatic assumption is, oh, that person's not a real candidate. The other thing that I found is you can buy some real cheap stuff that is there to give away, and it's not going to get you votes, but here's what it does. It keeps people that are already going to vote for you happy and excited, which, by the way, is important. Don't think the people that start with you on day one that you say you're going to run are the people that are showing up there on election day to vote for you, because that's not true. You have to keep people engaged, including your volunteers, by the way, from day one all the way until the end. Having things to give people, I think Tara's using an Erika pen right now. Brett has this lovely Erika badge there on his side. So having small things like that are super cheap, I think I got 5,000 of those pens for like $100, is important just to keep people happy and going. And again, it gives people the impression that you're a real candidate, because you as a libertarian are going to fight from the time period that you say you're running until election day, until afterwards when you're getting, a bunch of raised eyebrows. Well, was that worth it? You're going to need to have people that stay with you and stay consistently engaged, and that's a very easy way to do it. Yes.
I'm sorry, I had to go to the restroom to get old and go on. But one thing that I always found in the campaign that's actually drove me crazy, and somebody that signs up to run and doesn't do the free stuff. somebody sends you a questionnaire from the League of Women Voters, they're going to put out a thing in your newspaper and no response from the candidate. That just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't cost you a thing except some of your time to answer some questions and mail it in a stamp to send it back to them. And you get those. You get those from a lot of different places. Depending on you run for Congress, you're going to get a lot of inquiries like that. So, do the free stuff for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, it does get daunting filling out those surveys. What I will tell you I did, which is not something I did in the beginning, something I learned and did in the end, is I was never saving my answers for some reason. Most of the time they'll send you like a Google Doc that you're filling out. And so you send it off and you don't necessarily get a copy of it back. And I found myself rewriting the same thing over and over and over again. Finally, at like 90 days in, Karl said, why don't you save that? Copy and paste that into Word and save that so you have it again. So that's something that you should do. And filling out those surveys does take a lot of time, but it is very valuable. I would also do every interview that you possibly can. I mean, I did things from, the WVU newspaper, to the Buchanan newspaper, like
TV.
all the
TV.
TV stations, all the way up to national things like, Larry Sharp and Ken Armstrong, you may ask yourself, why would you do those? Those people aren't voting in West Virginia. And the answer is you'd be surprised how many people in West Virginia are paying attention to those national podcasts. Separate apart from that, back to fundraising, I would get money, right? I would be on, I think after I did Adam versus Man, Adam Kokesh, somebody sent me like a random $1,000 donation from somewhere. So you can really, you can really value those things in other ways, and it gets you interview experience. So I never turned down any interview. I would, do someone's podcast. I would do a small little newspaper. I did radio all the time. And that's another thing, you need to make those contacts. I will put it all out there. I will tell you this. The people in West Virginia that are going to be friendly to you are Dmitry Vassleros up in the Northern Panhandle. If you're running any type of race that includes the Northern Panhandle, I would reach out to him. He'll put you on a show. He will interview you. He is tough. He is sarcastic. He is eccentric, but he will interview you and he will give you airtime. Dave Allen is great. And actually following my interview with him indicated that anytime there was a libertarian I knew who needed some airtime, please get in contact. And there are those folks all throughout the state. There's a political commentator, Ron Gregory, who I developed a great relationship with, and I'm sure he'd be happy to interview any of you, and he has a column with a lot of followers. So if you're running for office, you need those contacts. You want me to make the introduction, please just let me know. I would be happy to do that. That is my goal of making sure that all those things I did and all that time I put in can carry on somewhere else and it wasn't wasted. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, I just wanted to make the point that it costs nothing to send a press release.
Yeah.
And the first thing that you should be doing when you're putting together your campaign team is to build a media list in your district. So, if you're running in Martinsburg, then you're going to want to get the Dispatch and WRNR and the other. There's another radio station there that you. Every time you do something, every time you get out of bed, you send them a press release. Successfully got out of bed today.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. It doesn't cost anything. And if you have issues with it, get somebody who is a maybe a journalism student or something like that can craft a story. Because if you can do the reporter's job for them and writing a well written press release, they just copy paste that and throw it into the newspaper.
And David Moran had those statewide lists that he gave to me. And then I refined them. Stephanie and I worked on those lists. So I have them. So if you want the list for your area, call me. I'll give it to you. Yes.
So just to tie into that and all the things that have been spoken about today, first I'll say that I work for WVU. So I have actually the lady who runs the WVU News lives in my neighborhood. So I got some ties in and might get us some free internships. But the point about press releases, I think is very important. I got involved in the the West Virginia Facebook post not too long ago. I think one of the things that I've struggled with, I was very successful getting my friends and family to vote for Erika because she's an authentic candidate and she had a lot of stances on the things that were going to the state. What I don't know if I've been as successful in doing is converting them to Big L down the road, because the follow-up question is, well, what does the Libertarian Party think on this issue? I can say, well, I know what Erika's saying, and I know what she's standing for, and where she's going to go. I think it's very important to be an authentic candidate, but if we have dozens of authentic candidates, we're not going to be very always consistent. We might overlap a lot of things. But I think when I introduced myself earlier, I said I wanted to help move the party forward here in the state, and I think one of those things is being able to point to, as a party, where do we stand on certain West Virginia issues? And I don't think we've done that very well, or we could definitely do it better moving forward, because there are several bills, there's always bills every year that I think we can have a very clear, strong, and united stance on to be able to point to, here's where we are as a party. I've got a lot of friends who are with me on Second Amendment. I've got a lot of friends who are with me on gay marriage and LGBTQ rights and things. I might lose them on the decriminalization of heroin and other things. But then I might have them, and I might have them and lose them on the Second Amendment stuff. So, it's varied, but I always have to explain my beliefs as a libertarian and walk them down from the national policies and positions into local stuff. And they don't always have that time, as David was saying earlier, to listen to all that, to get it down to, well, how's it going to affect Mon County? How's it going to affect West Virginia and where we are on these stances? So I would like us to see moving forward as a party, thinking of press releases that don't cause anything, as a party making press releases on, as the LP, we stand behind this bill or against this bill, because right now, if you go to the LP Facebook page, you see Larry Crump and what his positions are on a lot of things. And I don't think that really is what we are as a party. And I'd like them to see that change. So.
You don't back the blue?
I was gonna add, one thing that COVID has changed a lot. I've been running a political campaign perpetually for the last 4 years. I mean, I'm House of Delegates, City Council, House of Delegates, here I am, City Council again. And COVID changed big things for how the media wants to deal with you. We used to have candidate forums. They weren't really debates, but we got together and we talked and they asked us questions. We didn't do that at all in 2020, obviously. And they reached out to me to put out videos. I've always considered myself as a goon. I hate talking on camera. I hate being part of discussions. But when they said, you got to do a video for this, for the Exponent Telegram, and I did one, it really reached a lot of people. And now it kind of, I kind of broke that and, that fear of being on camera. And I've been putting out videos for my city council campaign, and I'm getting thousands and thousands of views for my city council campaign. And it's people are approaching me and approaching friends like Paul Jones he has a sign in his yard, and the woman stopped him and said, "Do you know Will Hyman?" He said, "Yeah, he's my friend." And she said, "I love his videos, and I'm going to vote for him because you're going to vote for him." And I mean, if you're scared to be on camera, or you're kind of like I said, I'm a goon, I'm a goof. It's daunting. But once I bought a teleprompter app, $15 teleprompter app, I do it all on my iPhone, and people are like, "These are really great videos." Thanks, I appreciate it. But it goes so much further. Social media is free. Facebook, like I said, I'm getting thousands and thousands of views. It's really amazing. I didn't think never thought I could do it, but COVID changed that for me. So
yeah, and
looking at videos.
Yeah.
Big time.
Going back to your point of this candidate versus the party, one of the things I did very early on, thanks to David Moran, which by the way, here's another piece of advice: get yourself a mentor. Right? Get yourself somebody who's done this before, somebody who can support you, somebody who can answer questions, and somebody you can vent to. I mean, David is the person that I would call if Karl was tired of listening to me, and my campaign team was burnt out. I mean, he's the person that I would call to say I'm having this problem, and just to talk to. But one of the things that he did early on is he said, "Here's the LP platform." He gave me a spreadsheet. He said, "You read this plank of the LP platform, and over here you type, what does Erika believe? Or how does Erika interpret that?" And I mean, I don't think most of the things I didn't change very much, but it's a way, number one, to become familiar with what the LP platform is. And secondarily, it helps you be able to think about those things and interpret them and how they mean to you, because you may not agree with the language, but maybe you agree with the sentiment, right? And it helps you be able to communicate those issues. And if you get into a position where someone, and I was in those positions a lot, where someone would say, well, I thought the Libertarian Party was this, but you say this, or I thought you were this, but Libertarians are this. You're able to say, actually, the official platform of the party is X, and here's what I think that means, and here's what I would say to you. Now, I don't know, granted, a lot of those things didn't translate over to a state level, and I found that most of the time when I was talking to people on a state level, people either wanted to talk to me about like the National Libertarian Party or state issues. Very rarely did I ever get asked, what is the state party's position on something. And if I did, I would just say, well, I don't know. I can just tell you what, my opinion is. But that's certainly a good note that he gave for, us as a party to do press releases and get on the same page. Any other questions?
I have one.
Yeah.
And it's not a commitment question.
Yeah.
Would you consider running for an office again?
Yes. Yes.
You're being live streamed.
Yes.
Yes.
Make them both go. I liked your campaign signs.
I would be a great campaign manager. And I will say this, I'll answer your question in a second, but I would say that for those of you who are thinking about running, volunteer for a campaign, become a campaign manager, find out what that's really like maybe before you jump in. Because the one thing that we're severely lacking in West Virginia is campaign managers. So if you're interested, but you don't want to put yourself out there as a candidate, please, talk to David and I, or we'll find somebody to get you trained as a campaign manager, because we desperately, desperately need them. The answer is I would consider it. I haven't ruled it out. I've not made any decisions. Would I run for governor again? I don't know. I mean, if you'd like to run, I would love to help you. I don't know. I think I still need some time to talk about it or think about it, because as I indicated, it's very, very hard. I mean, Karl and I are leaving the meeting today early at 2 to see our daughter's last college lacrosse game this year, because I didn't see any of the games her freshman year because I was, in the last half of her high school year. So it is very draining. It is very exhausting. It takes a toll on a person emotionally. I will tell you though, what helps is when you introduce yourself and people clap for you. That is nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do appreciate, the love and appreciation that, all the folks have shown me in this room for running and putting myself out there. So I appreciate that very much. So the answer is I would maybe run again, although I have not made that.
Remember, it's never too early.
Yeah.
Yes.
We will help you again. Like, I make that commitment. Whatever, I'll do more for you next time. I don't have a child in high school anymore. I'm an empty nester now.
Oh, thank you,
Consider
Stephanie.
running again. You're a great candidate.
Oh,
You're here.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
If you have any other questions, please feel free to come up, ask me, text me, call me, Facebook.
All right. So I think we've well earned a break, but I do want to, before we do the break, she alluded to it a couple of times. July 31st, August 1st, Virginia Beach, Virginia. We're doing Region 5 candidate affiliate training. It's a combo thing. So if you want to learn how to run an affiliate, go to this event. If you want to learn how to run a campaign, if you want to learn how to become a treasurer, which is something we have a dearth of, like everybody in the Libertarian Party needs a treasurer to run their campaign or for their local affiliate. We need those people. We need more trained people. So if you're interested in doing that, I want to have a caravan of people from West Virginia. The training itself is free. All you'll be on the hook for is the hotel room. And if you get a bunch of people together to do a hotel room, it really cuts down the cost. So I want to get a train of people going to Virginia Beach, showing West Virginia in force there to get trained, and then we can come back to West Virginia and train more people, take what we've learned, and it kind of becoming train the trainer type deal for West Virginia. So I really encourage people, if you're interested, please come see me. If you're wanting to come from the Eastern Panhandle, I'll be happy to give you guys a ride. And flights to Virginia Beach are relatively inexpensive if you're flying from Charleston. Again, please come see me if you want to go to the Region 5 candidate training. At this point, I think we've been sitting long enough, so let's do lunch, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock, and we'll start with elections. Okay? See you at 1.
So I know for a lot of, every single state convention I've been at, because I'm not a member of your state.
I don't know who this guy is, but I'll look him up. Got the perfect name.
Yep.
What's it, Buddy?
Buddy Guthrie.
You went from agriculture?
Yeah, ag secretary or whatever it is, commissioner.
Yeah.
And I think
Agricultural.
Yeah.
that was one of the points that Carl and I were going to bring up. Is I mean, I had to work 100 times harder than those guys did, and it's because people that subscribe to that wasted vote thing, if they're like inclined somewhere in their soul to vote third party, they'll like throw it to somebody who's running for agriculture or treasurer or attorney general.
That matters.
Something they think doesn't matter. But if you're running for something they think it matters, then it's harder to get the vote.
Well, the national media beat that horse in 2016.
Yeah.
If you voted for Gary Johnson or
Jill Stein.
Jill Stein, you wasted your vote. Well, just hey, Lincoln got elected by a party that was 6, 8 years old to the presidency. Parties got to start somewhere.
Is ranked choice, is that what they do in California?
No,
That's
just
remind them that the number of people in 2016 who didn't vote,
Theirs
55%. So that your candidate.
The jungle primary. The jungle primary. Yeah.
jungle primary. So everybody's thrown in on the primary election. So it's going to be
In the top
8
two overall.
Democrats, 6 Republicans, the top 2 move on to the general
Okay.
election. Which,
But
that was
it's
all-
really easy to get on that primary, I think, right? That's how like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah,
became
it's easy to
governor.
get on the primary, but with only two moving on, then you
Right.
A lot of times they have 2 Democrats.
Right.
And the same thing in Louisiana.
Yeah.
That they're trying to do. I'm excited to see what happens with Maine and some other countries or states.
Well, you don't know. Heading into the future here, we might have 50 different countries.
Yeah.
Well, that's if I were king and could change something, I'd get the government out of the primaries. I think it's an absurd subsidy.
Yeah.
Make the Republicans pick their people like we do, or however they want, but they need to pay for it.
Yeah, if you want to say absolutely go for it.
Right.
But you
Right.
especially in states, not so much here. Well, even here because we do restrict who can vote in the primary.
Right.
If you want to restrict the primary, absolutely.
Yeah.
You can't use the state's dollars.
Yeah.
Those are some reforms that would go a long way to helping kind of level the playing field for third parties. All right, let's go ahead and get back in. We have moved to the section of the agenda where we're going to entertain our elections. At this point, I will open nominations for chairman.
I'll nominate Will.
Second.
All right, Will, you've been nominated and seconded. Will you accept the nomination?
Absolutely, I will.
Awesome. Any other nominations? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? All right. I will, since we only have one candidate, I will say without objection 3 times. And if anybody has an objection to accepting Will by acclamation, please signify by saying objection during that period. So without objection, without objection, without objection. Congratulations, Will.
I will win at least one election this year. How about that?
That's awesome. I didn't reveal this before the election, but you are now the owner of the Libertarian Box. Congratulations, we're well with that.
I've been wanting it the entire time. That's literally the only
That's
reason.
the reason why you got it. Yeah, all that around at fairs and festivals. Awesome. Well, at least I upgraded it from the last box, blue box.
Oh.
Cut my arm, man.
That's classy plastic.
Yeah, it's got wheels.
It's got wheels,
Yeah. It's got a wheel.
Wow.
Yeah,
We're moving up.
that's right. And you also get the pop-up.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I will entertain nominations for the role of vice chair.
Nominate Karl Kolenich.
All right, Carl, Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded. Carl, do you accept the nomination?
Accept.
All right. Are there any other nominations? All right, I'll entertain a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. All those in favor of closing nominations, please raise your hands. All those opposed? All right, I'll say, since there's only one candidate, we'll do this by acclamation. I'll say without objection 3 times. If there's an objection, please signify during that period. Without objection, without objection, without objection. Congratulations, Carl. You are continuing as the vice chair of the Libertarian Party. You do not get a You guys do like a custom hearing or something.
This is like a Russian doll thing where
You get it on, you get a 2 weeks or in the summer. Good. Yeah. All right, I will entertain nominations for secretary.
I nominate Tara Shepherd.
Sarah, do you, second? All right, Sarah, do you accept?
I accept.
Awesome. Any other nominations for secretary? Anyone? Bueller? All right. Entertain a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
Second. It's been seconded. All those in favor of closing nominations, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Awesome. With only one person nominated, I will say without objection 3 times. If you object, please signify during that period. Without objection, without objection, without objection. Congratulations, Sarah.
I also don't get a box.
You do not get a box, but you, in exchange for cookies, you will get.
I'll take that.
All right. That's I won't melt any plastic.
Okay, that's a little much.
All right. I will entertain a nomination for treasurer.
I'll nominate Steven Smith.
All right, Stephen, seconds?
Second.
All right, it's been seconded. Stephen, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
All right. Any other nominations for treasurer? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to close nominations.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those, with only one candidate, we'll do this by acclamation. I'll say without objection 3 times. You know the drill. Without objection, without objection, without objection. Congratulations, Stephen.
I really do get a lot of bucks.
Yeah, looks like it. What did Carl do? I think those boxes are old enough.
How long has Carl been the treasurer?
Well, actually, let me take a moment. Carl has been the longest serving member of the Libertarian Party of West Virginia. I hate that he's not here right now, but when you see him, tell him thank you. Again, people like him, David Moran, these are the people that the reason why we have this organization right now. And we owe them a debt of gratitude for their service, for fighting the good fight, for getting us ballot access, and continuing to work with the state, work with us to build a state that will, we hope, one day set us free in our life. So. All right. We are now on to at-large member. We have 3 positions. And I will entertain nominations for at-large. Yes.
I nominate Brett Sullivan.
Brett, is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Brett, Brett accepts. Any other nominations? We got 3 positions.
I nominate Joel Davis.
Second.
All right, Joel.
Also nominate Taylor Richmond.
All right, Joel and Taylor, we have seconds?
Second.
All right. Any more, do you guys?
What's your status, Eddie?
I'm good. We got 3, I'm good.
I didn't know if you wanted to.
No.
Okay.
Are there any other nominations for at-large members? We could have a contested election. Fight the death.
Excitement.
Or at least to the mild annoyance. Fight the mild annoyance. Okay, seeing none.
Oh, I nominate Kevin Patrick.
Oh, okay. Kevin, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Kevin, you accept.
Sure.
That's the election.
Fine.
Yeah. All right, everyone clear the middle of the room.
You want to be that guy?
We'll go back to the, we'll throw some hot axes. All right, so, any other nominations for at-large? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close nominations.
So moved. Seconded.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of closing nominations, please signify by raising your hands. Okay, so we're moving to an election.
I have some notebook paper we can rip up.
Yeah, that works. Okay, so each candidate will get 2 minutes to speak to their nomination. We'll do this in order of people who are nominated, so we'll start with Brett Sullivan.
Hi, my name is Brett Sullins. I am here to help the party, and people came forward to me to ask me if I would be willing to run at large. I said if there was anybody else that I felt like would be more qualified, they are more welcome to take the position, but I truly feel this party deserves people that are going to speak on its behalf a lot more often and a lot more unapologetically. If this happens to not work out for my favor, I still have no problem pushing the party the best way I could see fit. Thank you.
Awesome. Joel, you have 2 minutes.
Joel Davis. Already introduced myself, I think, a couple of times today, but I live up Payton City, so I have someone up in the northern panhandle, I guess, close to it. And I really want to get to work on getting more affiliates around the state. I think that will really help the party to grow. So that'll be one of the biggest things that I want to try to do moving forward. That's about it. Most of you know who I am and know what I'm about. I've worked on many campaigns across the country. When I was with Freedom Works and now being with Free People, I'm not in many campaigns across the country, but do a lot of the activism.
Hey, Mr. Richmond.
Hello, everybody. Again, my name is Taylor Richmond. Originally from Beckley, West Virginia, I moved to Morgantown and for school and now work for the university. I met a lot of you in Parkersburg several years ago. I've interacted with a lot of you on Facebook otherwise. And I read in his speech, I'm the same way. I'm here to move the party forward. I like to see us be more active, more vocal, and win people over to what I think is the best party there is and the best philosophy there is in politics. And I think by educating them on our core principles, we can do that and really reshape politics in West Virginia. Thank you.
And Mr. Patrick.
I'm Kevin Patrick. I was surprised by this nomination. I've had experience with a variety of political campaigns. I'm currently a registered lobbyist in Charleston. So I work with some other organizations to that effect, which would probably be beneficial to the party. I have some general specialty in that regard. So I'd be happy to lend those skills to the LP, and also here just to hope to see them succeed and hope to see us succeed. And anything that does that forward is fine by me.
Okay. And as with every libertarian election, we also on the ballot have a NOTA, none of the above. So if you don't feel any of the candidates are what you want, then you can always vote for NOTA. With your ballots, you're going to vote for 3 candidates. Again, we have Mr. Sullins, Mr. Davis, Mr. Richmond, and Mr. Patrick. So put your 3 choices, and then we will. We got pens up here. So.
Do you need a ballot?
Oh yeah, I do need one. Official ballot. Oh, they don't need pens. Oh, yes. I think this is the first contested election I've witnessed. Oh, yeah.
Is that
Kind of.
I think Eric, are you plugged in there?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna. I'm glad it's at Jordan County.
Like, is this Florida? I don't like this.
Oh, you don't like
Just say you'll accept bribes.
any of those Canadian voting
Now that he's
machines?
You're gonna make more off the lawsuits than they were ever gonna make some of the grinds.
Collusion.
Yeah.
I've actually won by a landslide.
Wait a minute, you work for the FBI there. You can probably
We can do
tell
some
us.
like the secret president of March
We
Fourth.
I wish I could get that act. I wish I could get his impersonation
You
down.
do a pretty good one. That's for sure.
So on the instruments.
Yeah.
Might not be something I would want to I've seen some pretty good.
I've done
Somebody, Trump is a money sick man.
What's that?
That's what she gave me.
Campaign side.
That was a marriage.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Hillary's like, I didn't want to move through school, but president, I just wanted to be president.
Yeah.
So close.
That's true too.
Watching the doctor kick your tooth in there was pretty interesting. Yeah. You can change your heart rate. They just. I haven't been to that in a while.
What happened on the Wiggins
I would meet with Jordan and meet. Every meeting, they try to submit that way works. You gotta think about it. I only have one rule. Yeah. I want with the stairs. That's how I survive.
While we're waiting for the votes to be counted, we'll go ahead and move on to bylaws. There's only one bylaw amendment. If you, it is on the state Facebook, or not state Facebook. It's on the state website, lpwv.org/events. If you click on today's event, it has the bylaw amendment. I'll read it here in a minute for everyone to consider. The purpose of this bylaw amendment is to give us a grounding of how we accept affiliates within the state of West Virginia, local affiliates. And it's needed at this point because that's the focus. I think a lot of people want to focus on getting local affiliates so that our candidates have a place to plug into and move forward. And that our local libertarians have a place to plug into and meet other libertarians so that they know that they've got friends in the area, that they're not just that lone voice out there. So let me go ahead and read the proposed bylaw amendment. All right, it's going to be a section 4. And everything else after that in the bylaws currently would be renumbered. Section 4 would be local and regional affiliates. The Libertarian Party of West Virginia encourages the formation of local affiliates to provide a resource to local communities for outreach and development of the Libertarian Party. Section A, the following are requirements to be considered for a county or regional affiliate. No fewer than 3 members expressing an interest in the formation of an affiliate.
2, a set of bylaws or constitution that spells out the rights and responsibilities of membership and the board of that affiliate. 3, the affiliate may represent a single county or a group of contiguous counties. 4, an application packet to include the governing documents and a signed request for affiliate membership by no fewer than 3 members of the proposed affiliate. Section B, responsibilities of the LPWV. The LPWV Executive Board will vote on the affiliate application at its next board meeting, annual meeting, or nominating convention, whichever is soonest. 2, the board will also consider an affiliate application through an email ballot between meetings. The board may also consider an affiliate application through an email ballot. Number 3, the board may vote to accept the application, reject the application, or grant provisional status if the board feels that the overall application is good but needs further information. 4, approval is by a majority vote of the LPWV Executive Board. 5, provisional affiliates must address concerns by the next regular LPWV board meeting, or the application will be considered rejected and the affiliate will lose provisional status. 6, the Libertarian Party of West Virginia retains as the sole arbiter of the use of the term Libertarian Party for affiliates within the state of West Virginia. 7, provisional affiliates may use the term Libertarian Party during their provisional status unless instructed not to by the LPWV board. 8, rejected affiliates will not use the Libertarian Party in their name, literature, or advertisement. 9, the affiliate must comply with all state, federal campaign finance regulations. And 10, local affiliates may form a political action committees provided they comply with applicable local, state, and federal law. And Section C is rescinding an affiliate if the affiliate is in violation of the LPWV or its own bylaws or violates state and federal law with regards to campaign finance. The LPWV may rescind affiliate status by a majority vote of the LPWV board. 2, the affiliate has until the next board meeting following the vote to rescind to appeal to the decision. Once the following board meeting is adjourned, that decision becomes final. So that's the bylaw for affiliates. All right, we'll enter into a period of discussion. Are there any questions? Yes.
I like having a process. I think this sounds really good. I'm just curious, like, let's say, because I'm new to a lot of this, so I'm trying to learn. So let's say like the outright Libertarian caucus wanted to do a chapter for West Virginia. Would this affect them, or would this only be like Montague County Libertarians?
No, this would not affect the outright Libertarians, as they're a different national organization or another national.
Perfect. I just wasn't sure, since like Libertarians is in the title. I wasn't sure like outright.
No, as long as they're not saying outright Libertarian Party. That really
right. So the party matters.
Libertarian Party.
Perfect.
So,
all right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
So we had talked about this at some point in the past. So I currently have a Facebook page and a website with that branding. You want it off?
You're fine because you're kind of in a provisional status at this point. Once you get 3 members and you get a bylaws and you want to submit it to the state, we're more than happy with doing it. If this, if we as a state see you, let's say campaigning for a Republican, then we can step in and say, hey, please stop using Libertarian Party within your message.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
If I understood correctly, these groups would be basically subgroups of the Libertarian Party, the legal entity, the Libertarian Party of West Virginia, not legal entities unto themselves that have to file unless they start a political action.
I spoke with the Secretary of State's office, and they indicated that if you are an organization with a treasurer, that you should, a political organization with a treasurer, that you should be also filing with the state of West Virginia.
And that's what you're anticipating the affiliates would be.
They can have a treasurer. They could form an affiliate without a treasurer. They just have a secretary, a chair, and a vice chair. and not with no intent of ever raising money or spending money, just an activism group. That's fine. They wouldn't have to file with the Secretary of State. But once they start raising money to do things like, maybe T-shirts or buy something from the
that
local
comes under
store.
the political action committee rather than just a group that's a part of the Libertarian Party of West Virginia. I would think.
No, well, according to them, if you're raising money to do anything political, they want you to file with the state FEC.
I guess maybe I'm not
Or
saying
state.
it correctly because in the bylaws it talked about forming a political action
You
committee.
may, yes, they may be able to form a political action committee.
That would
which
be
a-
when you're raising money and having to file.
Well, for a political action committee, that's more for, let's say, I want a political action committee, and political action committee, of course, they have, different rules, like there really can't be coordination between our affiliate and our political action committee. But the political action committee can give money directly to a candidate, but that does definitely need to report to the Secretary of State and probably federal.
To that point, so with acting without a treasurer, is the idea then that it would fundraise for or on behalf of the state party as a whole and kind of be just like a local branch or?
Yeah, it's basically just an activism group. They probably wouldn't fundraise. Once you start getting into fundraising and raising money, even if you're funneling it towards the state, that's where I would start talking with the Secretary of State's office.
Right.
Just to make sure that you're keeping.
I think we just want to be very clear with the possible potential affiliates that that's the drawing line.
Yeah.
Between them.
And the reason why I put the PAC thing in there is I want to, if they want to form a PAC, have fun, do that. Just remember that you've got to be kosher with the rules.
Right.
You can't just go off willy-nilly and start throwing money around because that will get you in trouble and by extension us.
Right.
Yes, Kevin.
So will this create something that's analogous to the county executive committees that the other major parties have?
Kind of, sort of. I mean, the county executive committees are actually elected bodies. But it does get us prepared for another Erika run where she gets 10% or more. And then we have to,
it's never too early.
Yeah. Everything you can say will be. Yes, Brett.
Because I'm the only one that runs Wood County right now, would that make me lose my affiliate status where I don't have 3 members in Wood County?
Well, you're still a provisional until you get the 3 members where you submit it to the board. If at that point we have to reject you, then we would say, no, but I'm okay with keeping it as a provisional. And then once you have 3 members that want to take it more formal.
So it's pretty much, so I can understand, you're saying it's pretty much provisional until you reach 3 members, as long as you're approved by the.
And then you approach
state committee.
if you approach the state committee with a set of bylaws or a constitution, and then a signed form by the 3 members.
All right.
Or more members, yeah. Any other questions? Okay, to amend a bylaw, you have to have 2/3 vote. So all those, I'll entertain a motion to close debate.
So moved.
Second? Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of closing debate on the bylaw, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? All right. All those in favor of the affiliates bylaw, please signify by raising your hand and keep high. All right, all those opposed? All right, by a vote of 23-0, this passes. Congratulations. And we'll move on to, we have results.
We have results prepared. And the ballots are included if anyone wishes to audit.
Awesome. Okay.
Other put a hand in chat.
Joel Davis gets 25 votes. Brett Solons gets 11 votes. Taylor Richmond gets 17 votes, and Kevin Patrick gets 18 votes. So congratulations to Joel, Taylor, and Kevin. We are now at the point of the meeting that we are considering new business.
I have a resolution.
We have a resolution.
I have a resolution, and I have copies if anybody would be interested in it. I didn't print enough for everybody here.
All right.
Anybody wants a copy? Honestly, I didn't anticipate this many people coming. I didn't, so if anybody else wants to read it.
That's a good problem to have.
I know. So, like I said, I didn't anticipate this many people coming. It's really great to see everybody here. So let's go ahead and read this together. Whereas the Libertarian Party of West Virginia believes that the implementation or other requirement of a vaccine passport would be an authoritarian and tyrannical aggression against the sovereignty and bodily autonomy and an infringement of the rights of individuals by governments and corporations working in collaboration. Therefore, the Libertarian Party of West Virginia urges all city, county, and state governments and representatives to refuse to implement or allow vaccine passports to be implemented in their districts or jurisdictions. Urges all state and county Libertarian Party affiliates to fight against the implementation of vaccine passports in West Virginia. Urges all individuals living in West Virginia to resist and refuse the implementation of vaccine passports in West Virginia, and urges all individuals living in West Virginia to pressure local and state governments and representatives to stop the implementation of vaccine passports in West Virginia. Anybody else wants a copy of it?
All right, we'll go ahead and open debate on this.
Somebody explain to me what a vaccine passport is.
So there's the concept that for people to begin to get out and do things, you're going to have to show either your little card that you got from getting a vaccine injection, or perhaps there's been a development app that says you've been vaccinated, and that's to get into a sporting event or a concert, or go see your elected representative at the state capitol. So it's basically creating an us versus them otherization of people who have not been vaccinated yet. Especially now that not everyone's been vaccinated and wants to. So that's part of the issue there. Are there any other points or questions? Yes.
I was just going to ask for unanimous consent for just a brief friendly amendment edit to change therefore the Libertarian Party of West Virginia to be it resolved the Libertarian Party, since this is a resolution.
Do you accept that as a?
I do.
Okay. That's been accepted.
Question.
Yes.
Is this, it says to implement or allow, is the idea to prevent just government entities from implementing vaccine passports or private entities?
I think it's more towards the government, but we are against private entities as well. I mean, of course, they are able to do what they want, but we don't have to support them in their efforts. Basically what them.
Well, but I guess urges all cities to refuse to allow vaccine passports. To me, and that's fine. I mean, I would disagree with it if it's something where, the county can say that I can, as a private business person, not require a vaccine or not require any sort of protection in my own business. But that's my understanding of what's written. Is that your all's understanding as well? I just want to be clear on that.
My understanding was that it was saying the county isn't allowed to push for it, businesses or an alternative. That we're pushing against the county to enforce it, and we're pushing against businesses to enforce it, or is that?
So I'd like to make a point though. If you're gonna have something like a vaccine passport or a vaccine ID card, call it whatever you like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a document belonging to the government. So just the very concept of it, we're against it.
Yep.
And for a private business to require that government document would be supporting.
Well, what I see as a distinction is I could see something like requiring you to have been immunized to come into a certain business. I mean, like to go baseline, Menards early on, the home improvement store adopted a mask mandate. I don't like it. I don't have a problem with it because it's their business. It's a very different thing to me than the governor saying we all have to wear masks in any, public space we go
Right, but
to.
you're, the problem is that, or the distinction I see is, nobody's injecting a mask. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody's saying, oh, you've got to put this into your body and able to, in order to be able to board a train or a plane.
Yeah.
Or the city bus, or to walk into the
Right.
Kroger.
And
That's
a
the
mask,
problem I
and a
have.
mask doesn't have to be documented on paper because you can see it on
Yeah.
your face,
Right.
whereas a vaccine does.
And that card could become a de facto sort of national ID card. I'm for it.
Yeah,
I want to, real quick. While I agree in the distinction between a mask and a vaccine passport app or whatever, I do agree with the distinction that at the general libertarian, free market principles of we don't want the state doing this, because what we're saying is, and I get to the point about that the state generally is going to be behind this, whether but what we're also saying in a very general sense is if Menard says we want some proof of a vaccine, we couldn't allow them to do that. That's where I think is
That's the
distinction.
concern I have.
Yeah.
If
I
Menard
wanna
says
be-
bring your little card showing that you've been vaccinated, the one that you already have, I don't think that should be
There's
disallowed.
actually an event happening just across 79 at the Bridgeport Conference Center. It's some kind of jazz swing thing. You may have seen the advertisement for it, but you have to show your vaccine card. to get into the
Who's
stands.
putting that on?
Well,
I'm not going. Like I guess
It's one thing if it's the county, and it's
right.
one
It
thing
is
if it's right.
Yeah, and if they wanted to say, hey, we want to, you show your vaccine passport, your vaccine card, not passport, but your vaccine card, then I don't think as a party we should say they can't do that. That's a distinction.
Right. So just
Because this is-
so I'm clear. The city.
Please. Conversation is out of control. All right. I run a very loose ship, so I mean, I'm not calling on everybody, but please let give everyone your attention.
In Erie County, New York, their county commission is mandating that if you want to go see like a concert or you want to go see the Bills play or the Sabres play, you have to have been immunized.
Yeah.
So that's what we're trying to go against.
Right, and I think that part I think is pretty clear. But I just want to see that if the city council gets together and they pass a law, an ordinance or whatever that says in this city, businesses cannot require a vaccine passport to enter their establishment, whatever.
Yeah.
Would this resolution say we support that? Like if a county or a city passed an ordinance saying we do not allow private businesses to require vaccine passport, do we support that ordinance? I would think not. I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, I think
This is a
I'm not going to put any words in the Will's, but at least the libertarian position is that we would not want government mandates either way. Like the businesses in the area get together and come up with some kind of vaccine passport. I'll probably go like if they did that in Martinsburg or Falling Waters, I'd go across. Maryland's but or I'll go down to Virginia. Well, that's a social landscape too. We'll find somewhere. Yeah.
But I don't see any areas where it mentions this.
Well, I would just my thing is I think if you took away or allow, it'd be fine to me.
Can I, because I think my point might fix your concern.
Okay.
I think only thing needs added in the quotations is government mandated or produced vaccine passports. There we go.
I think that solves it.
That further clarifies every spot where there's quote vaccine passports. I formally make this a motion to amend. I know, but I just want to make sure I'm making sure everyone knows this is formal. To amend quote vaccine passports throughout this resolution to read quote mandatory or government mandated or produced passports, end quote.
I would second the amendment.
Okay, government mandated or
produced vaccine
passport.
Yes.
Okay. Will, do you accept that as a friendly?
I do.
Okay.
Everybody
We'll
don't
go
need
ahead and keep that, put that in language. Any other debate on this resolution? Okay, entertain a motion to close debate on this resolution.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of closing debate, please raise your hands. There's all. And all those opposed? Okay, we will move on to a vote on this resolution as amended. All those in favor of this resolution as amended, please signify by raising your hands and raise them high. All those opposed? All right, congratulations, it is passed. The only other thing I had on new business was trying to affiliate our thing, but I totally forgot to do the signed document. I guess we could do like a piece of paper. All right, well, we got 3 members of our 4 members of the board here, so we'll get together and to write up saying that the Libertarian Party of the Eastern Panhandle wishes to affiliate with the Libertarian Party of West Virginia.
That's something for the executive committee, not for the body of the whole.
That's right. I'll poll all the members of the new executive.
Speaking of the executive committee, do the party bylaws stipulate who is to be allowed to manage funds? Who is allowed to?
Chair and treasurer. Treasurer. Mainly the treasurer.
The chair, but I just want to make sure.
I want to say hi to everybody watching on the live stream. Everyone say hi to the people watching on the live stream. We had Tyler Smith from Arizona, Ken Molman, the vice chair from Kentucky, was watching as well. So people are watching from across the country. Fair enough. What's that? Well, yeah, in Carol. That's a dad joke.
Just business. Requiring meetings to open with dad jokes.
And the declaration.
Where are you from, Maryland? Baltimore County. We're at 2,000 people.
I know.
Grew up there. Moved to northern. Then moved to Fredericksburg. Keep going west. Yeah. Further out. Yeah. Met my fiance who lives in northern parts. I live there now. Lucky me. Yeah. My brother lives in Baltimore. Sister-in-law's from Mike's town.
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys.
Pikesville? Yeah.
I make a motion that the party issue letters of thanks to the exiting officials for their whatever length of service, particularly Carl's years and years of service. You know, one letterhead signed by the secretary.
Sure. Second. All right, so move to second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
Sure for certain.
Hey, David, can I make a request? You know, I don't have Carl's address. All I've ever had is the PO box for the Libertarian Party.
I think,
And I'm assuming he's not going to be using that anymore.
He's
Does anybody-
he lives in Cycle.
Is he closing?
Well, I would hope so, because I'm not driving to his house to get the mail.
You said, well, I think that you changed
We're gonna have to, because his intention is to close the PO box once something else is established.
And that needs to be communicated.
Right, I just want somebody to send me his personal address so I can send him a thank you card. Personal, like Lloyd and I would like to send him a thank you card. So when you have it, put forward to my email, I appreciate it.
Yeah. I don't know that Carl lets people
I
have
was
that.
gonna say, how about just sending you his email and you can contact him? Because he does share his email.
Yes.
Oh, I've got his email.
I would just email him directly. I think that's a privacy issue. You may not want people to know where he lives. I don't know that that's the case, but without here to
You know,
ask.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Probably looking up on tax rolls.
Just follow that.
You know what, David, he's going to
Disclose
move
Carl's
now, so
address.
I don't know where he lives.
Everybody's looking for me. I live in Charleston and I ran for governor last year. So if you're looking for Steve, go find him. By the way, his middle name.
And as soon as we wrap up here, I'll send the governing documents for the LP, to everybody on the executive board so that they have it. Yeah. Sign in and print your name.
Well, we have a moment here. I just wanted to say I'm going to leave a stack of my business cards right over here. If you have anything that I can help you with, please take one. Yep. Contact me. I'm here for you. So they're my contact information is here.
We're going to do the one county one too while we're right on this thing. You guys have a bylaw yet? Not to say you know. Yeah, interesting. Well, we will first board meeting for these guys. Yep. Awesome. All right, Mr. Will. Still there. You want to join me? Well, yeah, you can sign it afterwards. Okay. I think people at home have been watching the bylaw for a while. Sorry, everybody at home. Let me get this off. There we go. Now we're back last week. Okay. Libertarian Party of Eastern Panhandle have submitted 4 names to the chair of the Libertarian Party of Eastern Panhandle, or of the Libertarian Party of West Virginia, for acceptance as an affiliate. We have the bylaws. I will send out the bylaws to everyone on the new board as soon as we're done here. Are there any questions? Okay. I will poll the members of the executive board. If you accept, say aye. Will? Aye. Tara?
Except what? I'm wrong.
Affiliate, new affiliate.
I thought we were supposed to look at the bylaws to make sure they were accepted. Did I misunderstand the bylaws?
Collusion. Okay. All right, so we'll hold off on that. Right. Yeah. You do provision.
Let's make a motion to approve it provisionally upon reading the.
So moved.
Okay, there we go. All right, so we'll start again. Will? Aye. Aye. Davis? Aye. And Patrick? Aye. There we go. Lost all you. All right. So provisionally, the Libertarian Party has been accepted as an affiliate of the Libertarian Party of West Virginia.
Are there other provisional groups? I've heard the word provisional a lot.
We got Mon County is starting to form. We'll hopefully the next board meeting have all their paperwork. Go ahead and get them done.
Let me know when the next board meeting is. I'll have a Mason County provisional.
We'll do it here soon.
Awesome. Excellent. That's what I want to see. Lots more affiliates, lots more places for our libertarians to plug into. So, any other new business? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjourning, sine die. Please signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? All right. It has been a pleasure serving as your chair. I really appreciate it. Best of luck to the new board. you have my support, and you will have any advice that you need. I'll be happy to talk to me at any time. So. All right.
Everyone take a David Moran look at the t-shirt when you leave.
I got Libertarian Party t-shirt.
The debate on the Facebook page is. We weren't. We did. David.
It's a person.
Nice to meet you. Good luck. I'm gonna need it.
I'm gonna call,
I appreciate it, man. Just give us, if you wanna give the Facebook page a look and a like.
Yeah.
It's,
Part-time, well, yeah.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out.
Really appreciate it. All right.
That's where I live now, but I'm.
I think I sent you an invite.
Did you?
I think so. You might have.
Congratulations, sir.
Well, we'll see. I have my,
Yeah.
I was just taking notes.
Down there, parks down there.
Dennis said you survived to the end.
What's that?
You survived to the end.
I did.